proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge. Before we proceed, we got to stipulate.
Okay.
State versus David Tronnes, case number 2018 CF 12472. Appearances starting with state.
Michael Smith for the state.
William J. for the state. Richard Zaleski for David Tronnes.
Tammy Jocks for the defense. And state, are you wishing me to read this when?
Before the first witness, after opening statement.
Medical examiner testifies next week as a reminder.
Okay, thank you. And my understanding is we have the jury. I see Mr. Tronnes is here, and with that, we can bring the jury out. Why did I bring up that one? The cheat sheet, it's in the airport. Airplane. We met there. A lot of groups. Mm-hmm. Good morning. Was everyone able to follow all the instructions that I gave to you yesterday? State to recognize the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please to recognize the presence.
You.
And with that, I want to give you just a couple more instructions. Before we proceed further, it'll be helpful if you understand how a criminal trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence or your instructions. Following the opening, the attorneys will have an opportunity to call witnesses. The witnesses will testify and can be cross-examined by the other attorney. Documents and other exhibits may also be introduced at that time. Following the evidence, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make a closing argument, after which I will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. You're welcome to take notes if you want to. You don't have to, but that is the reason for your notepad and your writing instruments. If you take notes, don't get so involved in the note taking that you become distracted from proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Any notes you take will be for your own personal use, but leave them in the courtroom when you have breaks. Just leave them on the chair. They'll be there when you return. After we go for deliberations, you can take the notes with you, of course, after which your notes will be collected and destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. Whether you take notes or not, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. And state, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, ready to proceed?
Your Honor.
And state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. First of all, thank you for your time and attention yesterday. I know it was a long day. I would thank everybody for coming back. We can't do this process without you, so we give you our sincere thanks. The evidence in this case will show that on or about April 24th of 2018, the defendant killed. You're going to hear from the medical examiner in this case, and he's going to tell you what the cause of death was. You're going to hear that Shanti Cooper Tronnes was beaten to death and she was strangled. You're going to hear that she was hit with such a force that she had 2 fractures to her skull, and that her hyoid bone in her throat was broken as well. You're going to hear that her ear was pulled to the point of being torn, almost torn off. And you're going to see photos and hear evidence of multiple burst blood vessels known as TPM, the telltale sign of strangulation. And that's how Shanti Cooper Tronnes died at the hand. So how did we get to this point? Well, David Tronnes and Shanti Cooper Tronnes met online back in 2013. At the time, David Tronnes was still living in Minnesota. Both were coming out of previous marriages, and they took to each other quickly. David Tronnes moved to Florida to be with Shanti within the same year that they had met online. Now, David had a successful career in Minnesota. He'd saved a fair amount of money. And so when he moved to Florida, he was able to purchase a beautiful, large home in the Delaney Park area of Orlando. He paid cash for this home, about $600,000. And the house at the time was livable. It was an older house, but the plan was that he was going to purchase the house, they would live in the house, and then eventually do renovations and modernize and open up the home as they lived there. Now, when he purchased the home, it was purchased with a trust that included himself and his mother. Importantly, someone who was not included in that trust and in that ownership of the home was Shanti Cooper Tronnes. So the Tronnes moved into the house along with Shanti's son Jackson. And at first, the home was livable. Just got deeper and deeper into this become a money pit. Now, you'll hear that from the time that David Tronnes moved to Florida, to Orlando, he never worked the entire time. Meanwhile, you'll hear that Shanti worked almost nonstop. She had a financial and accounting consulting business, and she worked from sun up to sundown. You'll hear how hard of a worker she was and what she did to support her family. Now, so during this time, as she was the only source of income, and the defendant hadn't worked the entire time he was in Florida, that she was the sole breadwinner for the household and for the expenses. So while Shanti was working, and she largely worked from home, David would take care of the yard and the pool and the dogs. So in early 2017, David and Shanti were married. Also in early 2017, the real meat of the renovation, or ultimately destruction of the home, took place. It got to the point that the interior portion of the home, the living room, the kitchen, all of the main areas were completely gutted, unlivable, down to the studs. And you're going to hear in this case that at some point, the destruction of the home became so complete that there was concerns about its structural soundness to even do continued work on it. Now, you'll hear that during this time, as the house became progressively more and more unlivable, that caused an obvious tension in the relationship. You'll hear that David and Shanti would argue and bicker about the home and the construction and what was going on, and her not having any ownership in the home. You're going to hear that the home deteriorated to the point that there was only 2 livable spaces in the home. There was the upstairs bedroom, which sort of served as a 1-bedroom apartment that had its own bathroom, and in that bedroom, Shanti lived with her son Jackson, who had a bunk bed type bed up there. And then in the garage area, there was a room, and that's where David Tronnes lived. And during this time, they weren't sleeping in the same bedroom, they weren't sleeping in the same bed, they weren't even sleeping in the same wing of the house. And this had gone on for a long period of time. There was hope on the horizon, though, because David heard about this show called Zombie House Flipping, and a person named Keith Horry, who was put in touch with, who was involved in the show. And Keith Horry came out and looked at the home. Now, the first time you're going to hear that he came and looked at the home, it seemed like it was early in the process. It seemed like a normal construction. There wasn't any interest for the television show. But several months later, when David got back in touch with Mr. Horry, it had deteriorated to a point it was something like he'd never seen. And at this point, he already thought this could be something that could be on the show. This is such a severe demolition of this home that this could be something that could be on the Zombie House Flipping show. Now, being on the Zombie House Flipping show didn't provide the Tronnes with any kind of paycheck for being on the show, but there were benefits to being on the show. Trade-outs, upgrades to the construction. So, it was a value that could help with $20,000, $25,000, $30,000 towards the house. And so this was, in a way, sort of a lifeline. But it came with a catch. The problem was, in order to be on the show, there was a production schedule. And obviously, the house had been sitting destroyed for essentially about a year at this point. In early 2018, they had to make a decision, the Tronnes, to pause construction, which had just started again, and leave their house essentially in this demolished state in order to be on the show, which wasn't going to begin production for several months, or to continue with the construction and not be able to be on the show. So ultimately, the decision was made to go forward with the show, which again paused the construction, leaving the home in complete disrepair for several months. Now, you'll see that this led to further frustration. On top of the home frustration and constantly working that Shanti was doing to bring in all of the money coming into the household, in early 2018, she also suffered from appendicitis, which caused her a great difficulty. She had some complications afterwards, and for several months, she was in pain and she was perhaps more irritable than she had been in the past. And it wasn't until close to in time to when this murder happened, you'll hear that she actually started to get back to herself and normality. So you're going to hear from Keith Oring. He's going to tell you forward for a network. There's costs and considerations involved, and if you're going to sink a lot of money into this production, you want to know that the people involved are going to to stick with the project, because you don't want to invest a lot of money in something that ends up not happening. So because of this, he wanted to make sure that David and Shanti were on the same page. And he required a sit down with both of them to make sure they understood how the production was going to go, what was expected, and that there wasn't going to be any surprises, or they weren't going to pull out, be any issues. Well, he had a hard time getting the schedule with Dave. You're going to hear, and finally he at his insistence said, no, we cannot go forward with this production unless this happens. He was able to set a time about a week before Shanti's murder. And he came over to the house to meet with both Dave and Shanti. And you're going to hear that at that meeting at first, Dave tried to go forward without Shanti. Shanti was there. She was upstairs
and she didn't even want to come down and be part of the meeting. You're going to hear he had to go up there several times to try to get her to come down. Eventually, reluctantly, he was able to get her to come down, and you're going to hear her demeanor at that time. She was not into this. You're going to hear this is not something that she was involved in. Keith Story was trying to explain the project. She was dismissive. She wouldn't sit down. She didn't want anything to do with this meeting or him or what was being planned with this show. She came down, listened for a few minutes, and then went back upstairs before the meeting was even complete. This is a week before her murder. This home show, this zombie house flipping, was the lifeline out of this mess with this house that they've dug themselves into. And she, at that point, a week before her murder, was not into it. So I want to take you to Monday night, April 23rd of 2018. Shanti's son, Jackson, from a previous marriage, was not staying with them that night. He was staying with his father, Jim Cooper. So the house in Delaney Park was just Shanti and Dave. There was nobody else there. Now you're going to see through phone records that throughout that evening, Shanti was active as she normally was on her phone. She was receiving and sending text messages, phone calls. She had a step tracker on her phone. It showed her moving around as it did, most days, throughout the day. And that she was active into that evening. You're going to see that evening she had a short phone call with her son that would be their last phone call. And you're going to see the step tracker on her phone stop. There's no other movement after about 11:30, 11:25, 11:30 on April 23rd. So this is where we get into Dave's story. So you're going to hear what his story was to law enforcement. And according to him, you're going to hear that on April 23rd into the early morning of April 24th, at some point he separated. He went down to his bedroom in the garage with the dog and left her in that upstairs apartment bedroom, and they both went to bed. And then the morning of April 24th, 2018, according to Dave, Shanti, who you'll hear was an occasional cigarette smoker, came down the stairs, and there's an area by a pool that they had, and she sat outside there and she smoked a cigarette. And you're going to hear, according to Dave, that about 9:15 in the morning is when that happened. She came down, they spoke briefly. She talked about how she may not go to a dentist appointment that she had made for that morning the day before, and that she went back upstairs to work and to decide what she was going to do with the rest of her day. Now, at this point, at about 9:20, 9:25, according to Dave, you're going to hear that he walked the dogs. There's a couple dogs that he walked, a brief walk around the neighborhood, 10, 15 minutes at that point. Let him use the bathroom, came back, and then came back, did some yard work, and then, according to Dave, cleaned up the pool. And then he proceeded to decide after maybe an hour or so earlier, walking the dog, that he was going to take the dogs to a park. This time about 11:45 that morning. So he decides to take the dogs to this park, and according to Dave, they go to this park. They get there about 12 o'clock. They stay about an hour and 45 minutes at this park. During that time, he makes no phone calls. He receives no phone calls. He doesn't look at anything on his phone. That hour and 45 minutes that the dogs are at this park. And then, according to Dave, he came back about 1:45 5, and got back to the house maybe 2 o'clock. Now, nowhere in this time is he texting Shanti. Is he calling Shanti? Is he going upstairs to, see if she's had lunch, see what they're doing? Just talk like a married couple typically would at this time. Nowhere during this day does that happen, and that's borne out by the phone record. And also borne out by his statement that you're going to hear, that he didn't go up to check on her at any point in the day. And even when he got back from his 2-hour trip to the park with the dogs, about an hour after walking the dogs, did he think to go up there and check on her or anything like that. So then you're going to hear, according to Dave, that when he came back, he did some more yard work. He cleaned the pool again. And then, at that point, after taking some measurements and things around the house, it became time to see who was going to pick up Jackson. And so at this point, he finally decides he's going to go up and he's going to see what's going on, and that, he's going to check and see who's picking up Jackson that afternoon. So he starts to go upstairs. He hears, according to Dave, a trickle of water coming from the tub, calls out for Shanti, doesn't hear anything, continues to go up into the bathroom, and it's at this point that he finds Shanti partially submerged in the tub, her sort of face and arm in, the rest of her body sort of out of the tub. And at that point, he thinks she's fallen, he panics, he pulls her out of the tub, he tries to pick her up, but he is unable to pick up this 130-pound woman who has recently lost, as you'll hear, weight from her appendix injury. He's unable to pick her up, so he has to drag her out of the tub over next to the bed. And for some reason, you'll hear that he decided to move the sheets off the bed and put that on the ground on the floor, and then put her body on those sheets. At this point, he calls 911. He has, apparently attempted CPR, according to Dave, on Shanti at this point, which you'll hear makes no sense, because when first responders came just after this, you'll hear that she was already in rigor mortis, which happens just after death. This is something that happens, after several hours at least. And rigor mortis means the stiffening of the body. At the point in the story that he says he performed CPR, she would have already been experiencing rigor mortis and obviously dead. And that's what the evidence will show. But on the phone call with 911, you'll hear him talk.
We help you through divorce by maximizing your time with your kids and maximizing your money. Give us a call.
Hysterical. But you'll also hear on the 911 call that when he's asked specific questions like an address or a phone number or something like that to the first responders, he's able to collect himself, give that information, and then immediately go back to the hysteria that you hear or you will hear on the 911 call. So first responders and the medical examiner investigator come to the scene, and you'll hear from them that they can immediately tell this wasn't a fall. This was a violent attack. There are multiple injuries. There's blood all over her face, a huge wound. There's bruising around her neck. There's petechia that you can see. There's scrapes on her legs from being drugged. And you're going to hear all those things. You're going to hear that the house was searched and that there were no signs of forced entry or a burglary or some sort of home invasion robbery. There's cash around. There's valuable electronics. Her phone is sitting on the nightstand next to a diamond earring that she had taken out and put on the nightstand. None of that's touched. None of that's taken, you'll hear. And, so there's no signs of any kind of burglary or robbery. Now, you are going to hear that Shanti was very proud of and known to wear a nice engagement ring that David had gotten her the year before. And then a wedding band once they were subsequently married after that. She would always wear it. She always had it on. And you're going to hear that when the medical examiner took possession of that body and when first responders were right on scene, that ring was not on her hand. But we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So when investigators and detectives are looking over the home, they noticed that the tub wasn't overflowing, although apparently it had been, dripping water for a period of time. Shanti's clothes were oddly just slightly damp, as opposed to soaking wet of somebody that had recently been, submerged, at least the top part of their body, in a tub. You're going to hear about the evidence found on scene, like fingerprints. The only fingerprints found around the tub in this scene were Shanti's and Dave's. And you're going to get to hear about the positioning of those fingerprints. You're going to get to hear about the DNA in this case and how there's no other DNA other than the people that lived in that house. You're going to get to hear all that. We're going to be calling, upwards of 25 witnesses in this case that you're going to get to hear from. So another thing that you're going to hear about in this case is, who was Shanti Cooper? Shanti was a loving mother to Jackson, and she was an extremely hard worker who was responsive, almost to a fault, to her clients. She had a work is very important attitude. And so when she received a work-related text, you're going to hear she was Johnny on the spot. I mean, she responded within minutes, not hours, or certainly like later in the day. She was a get back with you immediately type person. In fact, you're going to hear that she was so much so that way that she had a mentee that she had worked with, and that's something that she trained her on, the importance of being responsive, immediately responsive to clients. That's something that can set you apart in business. And so that's something that she lived by. And you're going to hear that on the morning of April 24th, she received a work text from somebody that she consulted with at 6:58 a.m. about a financial management software that she consulted on. And you're going to see that that text message was never read or responded to. 6:58 a.m. You're going to see that she had another text message a little bit later in the morning after 10 on another work-related matter, never read or responded to. In fact, you're going to hear that Shanti never sent or read another text message after the 9th of November 23rd, or excuse me, April 23rd, 2018. Nothing. A lot of incoming, no outgoing. That's what the evidence will show. You're going to hear that her emergency dental appointment that she made on the day before, on April 23rd, because she broke a tooth, and that she wanted as soon as she could get the next day at 10 a.m. on April 24th, no call, no show. Didn't go to the appointment. You're going to hear from people that knew her. That is out of character for the responsible person that Shanti Cooper Tronnes was. So I talked a little bit about, but you're going to hear also some more about what Dave said when he spoke with police and what was said to him. In the interview, police told him this was not a fall because, it starts out seeming that he believed this was some sort of fall. She was sick, maybe she fell. He said, look, this is not a fall. This was a violent attack. In addition to having multiple injuries in multiple places, she was clearly strangled. He was told this. But what did he do with that information? So after he was released from questioning, the next day and the days that followed, he spoke with some of Shanti's friends, some of Shanti's colleagues, and broke the news to them about what happened. And in his stories, you will hear about that he told them he still was making this sound like it was some sort of accident. There was no mention of strangulation or anything like that, even though he knew that at the time. He was told that. But when he's telling people what happened, left out. So Shanti's engagement ring. Talked a little bit about that earlier. She had a very nice ring, you'll hear. She was proud of it. She posted about it on Facebook. She wore it all the time. Well, as I said, the ring was not on her when she was found. And while there was no signs of home invasion or burglary, there was a question with law enforcement: where's the ring? Where is this, expensive, nice engagement ring? Well, you're going to hear that ring was ultimately found in a search warrant in August of 2018, a few months later, of David Tronnes' mother's house that he was now living in. And it was found in a bag in David Tronnes' room. The evidence will show that he pried that engagement ring off his wife's lifeless body, knew he did it, told the police that the ring should still be on her hand, all while months later he had it. When you've heard all the evidence in this case, you will conclude that the only reasonable explanation for Shanti's death is sitting right there. David Tronnes killed Shanti Cooper. He did it with a premeditated design. He intended to do it, he did it, and he's guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you, State. Defense?
Your Honor, defense is going to reserve opening statement till its case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When lawyers and parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as well with all facts, is for you to determine. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true is the state attorney, Michael Joseph Smith, and the defendant, David Tronnes, as well as his lawyer, Richard Zielinski, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Shanti M. Cooper Tronnes. State, you may call your first witness.
Judge, if we could approach.
We had already agreed that witnesses wouldn't start till 1. That was just my automatic. So we are going to go ahead and take a recess for lunch until 1 o'clock. Again, I remind you that you not to talk to anyone about this case, even each other. Don't talk to, no communication about the case whatsoever. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell him or her that you're on the jury trying the case, ask him to stop. If he or she persists, leave him at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy. When you go off to lunch, again, just like I told you yesterday, if you happen to be looking for places and you see a place has a television on, just go to a different place for lunch today. And with that, you can follow the deputy out. Yep, automatic. You know what I mean? You get nervous around things. State, anything further prior to 1?
Your Honor.
Defense, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Then we'll be in recess till 1. What is going on with the weather?
It's 80% off.
Nice. Looks really ugly.
Okay, I think maybe while we're waiting for,
Oh, it's a little wet.
oops,
That's a really good Christmas.
I don't think we're on the record at this point.
And it sounds like they don't have food.
Okay, they turned off the mic. We have the sentencing yesterday from Henry Dinkins, so I thought that would be a good thing to take a look at during lunch. So let's see how long that is. See. It's an hour and 49 minutes, so that's might have to break that up a bit. Let's pull it up here. Let me just cue it up. We have the familiar top of the flagpole for a good 40 minutes here, so let's see. Just about got it here. Okay, let's. Here we go. Let's see. I guess maybe I want to turn up the speed slightly. No, it will be fine. This will be perfect for lunch.
District Court of Iowa is in session. The Honorable Judge Latham presiding.
You may be seated.
Let's see if we can turn this. I guess we don't have to wait for the jury to come in, because this is a bench trial.
We're here in the matter of State of Iowa versus Henry E. Dinkins, case number FECR 415636. Mr. Dinkins appears personally and is represented by his attorneys, Mr. Freeze and Mr. Waters. The State of Iowa today is represented by County Attorney Kelly Cunningham and Assistant County Attorney Liz O'Donnell. Before we proceed with the sentencing, there is a matter I'd like to address on a couple matters. I want to commend everyone once again for how they've conducted themselves during the course of this trial. You've acted very professional and very respectful for the court proceedings, and I would ask that continue today. That's exactly what I expect. Second of all, as I was preparing for this sentencing today, the court noted that in my sentencing order that I did cite an indirect code section as it relates to count 1, and I'm going to correct that at this time. That code section will be 707.2(1)(a), and the order of the court will be amended to reflect the same. The court file reflects that on September 15th, 2023, this court found the defendant guilty under count 1 of murder in the first degree in violation of Iowa Code Section 707.2, paren 1, paren A, and under count 2 of kidnapping first degree in violation of Iowa Code Section 710.2. The court at that time did order that a pre-sentence investigation report be prepared, and this matter was continued until today's date and time for sentencing. Mr. Freeze, have you had the opportunity to review that pre-sentence investigation report yourself and also review that with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any additions or corrections to be made?
No.
And Ms. Cunningham, have you had the same opportunity?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are there any additions or corrections?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Freeze, are there any motions at this time pending or any other reason why I should not proceed with sentencing at this time?
There are not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, do you have anything to present in regards to sentencing in this matter on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state has a sentencing recommendation. In addition, there are a couple of issues that I'd like to address related to victim restitution. And then we also have Aisha Langford present, the mother of Breasia Terrell, who has a statement that she would like to make at the conclusion of this matter.
Thank you.
All right. Your Honor, relative to the court's finding of guilt on count 1 to the charge of murder in the first degree, the state recommends that Mr. Dinkins be committed to the Director of Adult Corrections for an indeterminate, for essentially life with no parole. And I recognize that this is a mandatory sentence, but I'm articulating this for the record. As to the charge of kidnapping in the first degree, again, the state recommends that he be committed for a period of life to the Director of Adult Corrections, recognizing that that is not an offense that is subject to parole. The question really that the state has had to consider is whether or not the state was going to recommend concurrent versus consecutive sentencing as to count 1 and count 2. You know, the state certainly recognizes that these, are life sentences and that Mr. Dinkins is not subject to parole. But I think it's the facts and circumstances of this particular case that has weighed very heavily on the state's mind as to a recommendation of consecutive sentencing. So I'm going to walk the court through the state's thought processes and then with that being said, articulate where the state is landing on a recommendation of concurrent versus consecutive sentencing. In going back to Mr. Dinkins' criminal history, I would note that as far as adult offenses, we have offenses starting back in 1989. I think that's very important to articulate because the idea being when an individual commits a crime and they come into the criminal justice system, certainly the idea is that these individuals are afforded opportunities at probation. And once they've gone through that probation, ideally these individuals, will understand the importance of being a contributing member to society and not to commit further crimes. That has not been the case for Mr. Dinkins. And unfortunately, when you look at his criminal history, starting back in December of 1989 with his first conviction for theft in the 4th degree and operating a motor vehicle without owner's consent, we have an individual who has been consistently involved in the criminal justice system up until the time of the commission of these offenses for which he was convicted. So after those offenses, we've got his first conviction for sexual abuse in the 2nd degree back in May of 1990. After he was sentenced to a term of prison, one of the things that the state noticed was that he had been released to work release in 93, having started his sentence in August of 1990, and he was paroled to the work release center in September of 1993. Unfortunately, after he was paroled, from the work release center, we had the first revocation of that parole in 1994. That resulted in a completion of the violators program where he again was paroled just a couple of months later to have his parole revoked then in January of 1995. And then he was once again released to the work release center in January of 2000, having spent a significant period of time in prison at that point in time. Whereas within a month he escaped from the facility, he was captured and returned and then finally discharged in May of 2000. Within the context of that sequence of events, I think it's important to note that in 1994, while he was on parole status, he in fact picked up a charge for possession with intent to deliver, which would be the Class C felony, and he was sentenced to 10 years prison for that particular offense. And I think that really speaks to the issue of Mr. Dinkins and how he views himself relative to society. And rather than recognizing that as individuals who live in society, we each have an obligation to one another to respect one another's rights, but to recognize that there are boundaries and that we have an obligation to conduct ourselves in a law-abiding manner. And that's certainly something that he has never learned, and he continued to engage in law violations. After his discharge from prison, I'm looking very simply at offenses that reflects a lack of regard for others. We have a violation of a no contact order in 2001. We've got a domestic battery resulting in bodily harm, and then a charge of endangering life and or health of a child in 2001. Then we've got 3 different offenses that occurred during the period of 2002 through 2003 involving thefts. We've got a violation for the sex offender registry starting in 2003. And then even after that, we have got 2 more violations of the sex offender registry within the 2003 and 2004 period of time. Moving on, one of the things that is certainly replete throughout his criminal history is you see that substance abuse is an issue that he has had ongoing problems with. There are a number of arrests and convictions for possessions of controlled substances and even OWI first offenses. And in several of those instances, he had been convicted of OWI third offenses 3 times. I bring that out because, again, this is yet another offense that places society at risk when you have an individual who is consuming any type of intoxicant, whether it be alcohol or drugs, and then is actively going out in the community and driving and putting any member of the public who is out on the street at risk. And then beyond just driving offenses related to his privileges to operate a vehicle that had been revoked, and that is an ongoing theme that we see throughout his criminal history. We do have a voluntary absence from custody. And we've got that type of history that took us up to the point in time where Breasia was kidnapped and then murdered in July of 2020. It's very sad. I mean, it's extremely sad. And you consider those circumstances, but then we stop and consider the circumstances involving Mr. Dinkins, particularly as it relates to his relationship with Aisha Langford, his relationship with Breasia Terrell, and even the fact that his youngest son was the brother of Breasia. Mr. Dinkins took advantage of a situation that no mother could have conceived would have happened. You have a mother who is having that chance contact with him at a convenience store to have a discussion with Mr. Dinkins about the importance of spending time with his son and being a father. That's a conversation that any mother would have. And certainly a mother encouraging a father to spend time with his son is something that we see happening in a world where we want there to be those healthy relationships. You've got that scenario, and then we stop and consider the relationship of Breasia to Mr. Dinkins' son. As Aisha Langford talked about, the 2 children were very close to one another and essentially were attached at the hip. And so with Mr. Dinkins' son going to spend time with him and the child wanting his sister to be there with him, a mother who's encouraging a father to spend time with his child and recognizing that in order to facilitate that, even though there hadn't been permission given for Breasia to go, but then finding out after the fact that when she's gotten off work, that very circumstance has arisen, and then for Mr. Dinkins to take that and remove Breasia from the apartment in the middle of the night. And then ultimately we find that that child's been brutally murdered with her having been shot in the face on the side of the jaw, and having been shot twice in the front of her chest and traveling to the back. The state can't even begin to conceive what that 10-year-old child was thinking as she was standing there and Mr. Dinkins presented that gun and fired and killed that child. And then you take that and you stop and consider that this family is forced to live a nightmare that they could have never conceived of. And it's not a nightmare that comes to an end. Miss Langford, her son, her youngest son, her oldest son, they're going to live with the repercussions of this for the rest of their life. Quite honestly, when you stop and consider Mr. Dinkins' son, he was an 8-year-old child. And how do you take a child of 8 who is at a stage in their life where children are innocent, and then that child is taken by his father after Breasia has been shot and killed, and essentially been a companion with him and forced to go with his father as his father took steps to cover up his crime. And it's changed that child. The youngest boy, he's had struggles ever since. The child's completely derailed, Your Honor, and he's acting out. One of the things that I've had discussions with the child about, and certainly this is something that Miss Langford has pursued, is the issue of getting the child into counseling. But the problem is the child's fighting that because the child doesn't want to talk about the issue. He doesn't want to talk about the issue because it hurts too much. And so now we have an 11-year-old who has no concept of the value of talking out and through something that's so painful, and he's living with that pain. And what it's doing is it's created a scenario where this child is not healing. Instead, he is angry and he's fighting the world. And you have a mother who has lost her daughter who has been brutally murdered. And now the mother, not only in dealing with the stress of that, now is in the position that she's fighting for the life of her youngest child, worrying about where that child's going to end up because he can't resolve the trauma that he's gone through. And I think, in considering all of those variables, while they are life sentences without parole, I think that this is a situation where the state is going to recommend consecutive sentencing because the dynamics and what has happened deserves consecutive sentencing. And so that's going to be the state's recommendation. Beyond that, Your Honor, I would note that pursuant to the provisions of Iowa Code Section 910.3 capital B, Mr. Dinkins is required to pay $150,000 in victim restitution to the heirs of Breasia Terrell. Aisha Langford, being her mother, would obviously be one of those heirs. Breasia's father is deceased. And so I think under the rules of intestate succession, Aisha Langford would be the heir pursuant to what we would consider under our probate law. So I would identify that for the record. Additionally, Your Honor, there had been a claim submitted by Ms. Langford to the Crime Victim Assistance Program for loss of wages and then also for crime-related travel expenses. The Crime Victim Assistance Program did in fact pay out a claim of $6,055.25. So the state is asking for the payment of that restitution by Mr. Dinkins to the Crime Victim Assistance Program. As far as burial expenses, we don't know what that figure is yet. At the time of this trial, well, actually at the time that the state was preparing for trial, and I had been meeting with the pathologist to prepare her for her testimony. We had discussions. Breasia's little body is still in the custody of the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office. And so as a part of that discussion, I indicated that once the sentencing was done, I would then contact the State Medical Examiner's Office and ask for the release of the body. Once we finish this particular proceeding, I will make that call, and then that will afford the family the opportunity to finally put Breasia to rest. So there will be an additional motion filed by the state setting that matter for a victim restitution hearing, as we will be seeking those burial expenses. Beyond that, Your Honor, one other issue that I need to talk about. There has been a change in procedure relative to the payment of travel time and even payment of time for victims who have come and testified in trial. It used to be that where a witness was called to testify, we could turn in the subpoena, we could identify if they were there for a half day or a day, and then put mileage on the subpoena. We've been advised by the clerk's office with the changes that have occurred. First of all, the court has to make a determination that Mr. Dinkins is indigent. I know that defense counsel has filed various motions identifying Mr. Dinkins as being indigent. And if the court does make that finding that he is indigent, then the state has a claim for payment of non-expert witness fees that would apply to Deputy Adam Wojciechowski. He was from the Clinton area, and so he had to travel, and we've got the travel expenses and the witness fee there. That would be for $111. It would be for Matt Dean. He was one of our 3 fishermen from the Clinton area. And so there would be a total of $100 for witness fees and mileage traveled. For Brendan Rogie, again, one of our fishermen, he would have a witness fee and mileage for $62. For Eric Johnson, again, the third of our 3 fishermen from Clinton, he would have a total of $90 owed in witness fees and miles traveled. And then Jim Peters, who was our canine expert, there would be a total of $416 owed for miles traveled because he lives some distance from here. And we're including within that not only the miles traveled when he came for trial, but also for purposes of his deposition testimony and witness fees. So that would be a total of $416. And then finally for Jesse Dow, a total of $62. And again, he was one of the fishermen. Actually, yeah. So he was one of our fishermen, Brendan Rogie. Let me just go back and look. No, Matt Dean, I'm sorry, he was not one of the fishermen. He was one of the individuals that had been incarcerated with Mr. Dinkins. And so that would be all on behalf of the state, other than Ms. Langford, who would like to be able to give a witness statement when the time is appropriate, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Freeze, on behalf of the defendant.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Dinkins, we would recommend that any sentence the court imposes here be run concurrently instead of consecutively. Understanding the court has very little, almost no discretion here. Our argument, first of all, is legal in nature. The court, in its ruling and its findings of fact, finding Mr. Dinkins guilty under the kidnapping element, found that necessarily Mr. Dinkins had to cause Breasia Terrell's death to satisfy the serious injury element of the kidnapping in the first degree. Under that analysis, we would submit to the court that the kidnapping and the murder would merge into essentially one conviction because it would require the murder of Breasia Terrell to satisfy that third element of kidnapping in the first degree. So the court should only sentence him to a single term of life of imprisonment, even if it is not a legal issue. It certainly is a fact issue. Mr. Dinkins is going to prison for the rest of his life today. He has one life to give. That's all he has to give. Anything more than that is symbolic. That's it. This crime, as the court has set out in its findings of fact, and the court heard for several days, to find Mr. Dinkins guilty, all these facts were contemporaneous as to time, as to date, as to location, as to whatever the motive was. Those are all part and parcel of the same scheme, plan, whatever. We would submit that under that analysis, and that's part of the analysis the court has to consider when it's sentencing someone, that this should be a concurrent sentence instead of a consecutive sentence. This sentence is, like I said, non-discretionary. It's told to us by the legislature that it's one of those crimes or two of those crimes that when they occur, that they check all the boxes that we take away someone's liberty for the rest of their life. This is the worst sentence you can get in Iowa. So we would ask the court to sentence him to 2 life terms, run them concurrent. As far as the restitution, Mr. Dinkins, of course, has to pay restitution. We just received the motion on the crime victim assistance today. Haven't had much of a chance to review that. What I'd suggest is that we hold that open until they file their other request and then give us a period of time to object. If we don't object, that would be entered without further order. And that's all I have to say, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham, do you wish to address the argument of merger?
Your Honor, I'm comfortable with the suggestion that's been made by counsel relative to the issue of victim restitution.
Thank you. Mr. Dinkins, this is your opportunity to address me and tell me what you would like me to know before I pronounce sentence in this case.
What are you supposed to do when you're told you can't even speak in court, especially when you see and know something ain't right? Logistically, it's like having a gag order, which prevents you from addressing the court with any of the issues. What if your issues are with the judge, the prosecutor, or the attorney? You are not allowed to put anything on record at any time of these issues during the court proceedings, unless it's asked the question of the judge, the prosecutor, or your attorney. What happened to the rights of freedom of speech if a person addressed a matter to the court in the proper proceedings? Even if it's in the same spectrum as if your attorney or your prosecutor are addressing the courts or any issues. Your Honor, may I speak to the courts? There are so many various issues people might have at different times of the court proceedings. I believe these issues could be, I believe if these issues could be resolved between client and counsel, then there wouldn't be a problem, but that's not always the case. I'm only going to speak right now because this is my only opportunity to address the court during the closing of this trial, which is kind of too late for me. Even if you do ask your attorney to ask certain questions, sometimes things don't get done. I have a speech that I would like to address the courts with if the judge allowed me the opportunity to say the following. Let me address the facts about everything regarding my case. First, I want to know if I can quote case numbers or just saying the same, either or would be fine to me. Where is the justice in the judicial system, and how do you beat a system that is against you that's not playing fair? When I was in Clinton County Jail, I remember 2 detectives coming to charge me with this case. I remember the female detective saying, we're going to make you look like a monster when this is over. That statement was made during my initial report. Who is they? That's the $1 million question that will arise a little later further in this reading. I'm only going to speak facts. To be honest, I was already found guilty before this case and trial already began. I can see it as racial profiling behind my background. I'm saying this because how everything played out from the beginning all the way up to now. I contemplated over the moves that the state used to hinder my character to fit their benefits. First, they blast my name widespread coverage negatively nonstop on the news, in the papers, and all over social media, and even on posters. This made me vulnerable towards animosity towards the public and guaranteed people to have a bad image of me in their thoughts. So if I chose a jury trial, this pretty much polluted their thoughts about the type of person they wanted to image me as. And all this went global for their support. Now I'm guaranteed not to get a fair jury selection for trial. And even if I chose a bench trial, it would be sealed with a guilty verdict. So where is the equal liberty and justice in the system when you're being railroaded by the police, the detectives, and others working hand in hand? It really don't take no rocket scientist to see through this magnetic picture. Through these series of events, I know I've been railroaded, so either way, the state had the odds in their favor. The state produced 900 exhibits offered into evidence. I can honestly say I've only seen 35 exhibits before this trial, but I was given 665 exhibits during the trial to have for my records. I never had the opportunity to look over 90% of any of this for preparation for trial, but this includes footages as well. So this is what the courts have to offer me. All this was new to me during trial, but I believe the 700 exhibits offered was the shortcut. I believe there are others that the state didn't provide, allowing the defendant preparation for trial by deception or by deception. So once again, where is the equal injustice in the judicial system when you're told you can't speak, especially when you see the state ain't playing fair? I do remember being transferred from Davenport to Clinton County Jail behind the bad publicized coverage. I remember a couple of things taking place while I was being there. First, I asked for a change of venue behind the negative news. I also made the comment, man, they're never going to find her because it's been quite some time. As the time progressed, that even made it even slimmer. I also was going to represent myself because all the attorneys that the state was providing wasn't doing nothing in my case. So I just wasn't about to do nothing as well. So I at least was going to try to attempt to attempt pro se. When I seen the judge, he made the comment saying, I have no problem opposing this time on you. You need to reconsider your decision because you're facing some real serious charges. When I seen the look in the judge's eyes, I knew then I had to get a jury trial. But through the news press, through the news coverage and the news confirming his victim, I know I had to get a jury trial, but through the news press coverage confirming this verdict with the high profile in this murder case. So my chances of winning even with a jury trial was slim, and if you don't have the right attorney, it's even slimmer. I was told by a birdie that if you have this case heard in any remote area where this is being televised, you would be found guilty, and this was by the state's own officials that uphold the laws. So once again, where's the equal liberty and justice for the system for all? This racism do run deep in the Iowa system for people of color, which I'm not only talking blacks. I know whites also have the same problem as well, but it's more common for the people for men of color. But the profile racism that I'm dealing with is behind my background. And almost 75% of their news coverage, they mention my background or something in regards of that nature. If I didn't have that, I would have never got charged. When I was in Marshall County, before this trial began, here they go again, sliding negative news coverage of my background a week or so before my jury selection was about to begin. I said something to my attorney, which all he said was, there's nothing we can do about that. I made my mind up that if they're not going to play fair and I can't get a fair jury selection, I should just take my case back to Davenport. Once I was transferred to Cedar Rapids County Jail, before my trial, the day of my trial, here they was again mentioning my name on the news again. I really don't know a lot about the laws, but I know enough when I see a lot of my constitutional rights being violated from the beginning up to now. Through this racial profile, the state and others have shown ambiguous behaviors that sought constantly through these drawn lines. But what can you do when you're told you're not allowed to speak? I can only play with what's provided by the courts and the state's rules. Me and my family tried to contact my attorney on several different occasions, which I was told that he was working on the other client's case. To you, Judge Latham, you handpicked my attorney. I went through 3 different attorneys, but the handpicked one was my last option. I'm not going to bash my counsel because I know he personally did more than the Davenport public pretenders. But I know he overlooked some things in my case. I'm not quite understanding how I wasn't given 665 exhibits or seen any footages before this trial. He did make me believe he was going to raise these issues, but I never seen nothing come forward. I've asked several times, but was told you have nothing to worry about. I was being bamboozled by the blind side while nothing was being introduced or brought to the surface. I really don't know if this would have made a difference because the judge was just looking for any reason to get this verdict. I can truly say after hearing the judge's remark and while I was in Clinton and Cedar Rapids, the judge's demeanor spoke real clear to me of the courts, which made me realize that I never had a chance to win from the beginning. So once again, where is the justice in the judicial system when you see the judge in his own personal emotion, then Then you hear the judge say that everything made against you, he find credible, then tell you everything you said is a lie and untruthful, even when they know you know they lied. I do understand the power of the pen, especially when the power of authority is being abused behind watchful seers. I do wish situations were different, but the state has played dirty when they know they didn't have anything on me while I was their easiest target behind my background. I would have to say this is overwhelming, but I have to stay focused and grounded. I have more hurdles that I have to jump through, but I have to take things one step at a time. For those who believe this fight is over, guess what? Through my resilience, you will see me at the next checkpoint, God willing. My main focus is getting back home, but where is home after all this? Where is home? But right now, I have to stay focused on what's more important. I'm only able to play with what's provided by help from those who are watchful seers as well. I know the court has played unfair towards me. I played this scenario numerous times in my head trying to figure this out, but I keep coming up with the same answer. You never had a chance from the beginning. So I say this to you, Judge Layden. What if you wouldn't have never found me guilty and found me innocent? What would have been the outcome from their perspective? Everybody have to report to somebody, but God is the final ultimate judge. I do forgive those who made past judgments against me unknowingly. Never once have the courts asked me about anything of the clothing or the shoes or during any of these allegations. I honestly believe that these items are not important, but it was just giving the state more ammunition to point a finger negativity towards me. Just like me not opening Andrea's door with my key to allow the police to walk into her residence. I don't have them rights for that. I don't pay no bills at her apartment to allow anyone access to her place. I didn't give no approval for her place for that. I didn't give no approval for a place that's not my place of authority to do. On the footage, I told him I checked, and he said, "Let's check." And then lied and said I told Andrea, and then he lied and said I said it was okay for him to go into Andrea's house. But I will have to say the video do speak for itself. I will have to say there was one person's statement that was consistent from the initial report to deposition to trial, and that was Miss Gardner, Aisha's mom. I do recall her talking to Aisha before I left with the kids, or I would have never left with either kid. I'm still stumped about 900 exhibits plus, and I'm saying plus because I've only received 700 and the state knows that the ones that would have set me free, they used deception and sabotagement, but made a mistake by giving me 665 exhibits during trial to go through and to cipher through after trial. I know I was given 665 because I counted them, which I've already had 35 before this trial, and which gives me 700 in total, except for the ones I gave my attorney when the state moved them exhibits to move things in the mobile to fit their exhibits. I need that letter back, Chad, if you don't mind, the one that I gave you pertaining to Aisha. If I had 120 footage of video with 80% showing nothing, I can make a story up about any vehicle or make anything appear where I want it to be, especially if I'm able to take what I want to produce and the rest of it, produce the rest where, let's see, my bad. Especially if I don't want to. Okay, and not produce the rest where nothing else is being presented but what I want the world to see. I know that they didn't give my attorney that information as well. I'm the one who said that I went to the quick shop, which was used against me. I'm the one who said that me and my son stopped by the mobile, which was used against me. If I would have got on the stand, you would have probably found a reason to use that against me as well. The only reason why you didn't use my son's statements saying he seen me kill his sister, it would have made every lie truthful. It would have made everybody lies untruthful, which you couldn't have that. So I say once again, where is the justice and equal liberty in the system? Why wasn't Andrea's initial statement video played? They played mine, they played Aisha's, they played DL's, and they played Jared's. I know the state, I know and the state know that Andrea's initial video recording says something totally different. That's why they didn't show them contents or produce that video, which I'm not quite understanding why my counsel didn't bring that forward as well. I'm not even sure if he even had that information because I've never seen any footages but what the public saw during trial. I can speak for days about what happened, but since my attorney didn't bring up any issues on motions, what are my chances now? Even Jared's statement are twisted up. But like I said, anything the court can use to find his verdict guilty. There it is right there in the eyes of the public, racial profiling. When I was given them exhibits, I wrote the court during this trial saying with urgent attention, quoting case documents, law from the Iowa Law Book of Iowa Rules of Criminal Procedure, stating the following item and its reasons, but once again, it was overlooked by saying, I'm going to give both parties that information. You have to talk with your attorney. I know I'm not allowed to put case numbers, but I sent the statement of the following items of evidence in possession or control or necessary for preparation for the defendant to inspect copies, photos, or exhibits that the state intend to offer into evidence at trial or belonging to the defendant. From the law book, I sent consequences of failure to make disclosure of discovery, failure to disclose supplements or of early responders to admit, failure to disclose or supplement. If a party fails to provide information or identify a witness as required by Rule 1.5, the party is not allowed to use that information or witness to supply evidence on a motion or at a hearing or at a trial, unless the failure was substantially justified or harmless. It also says if in disclosure of expert testimony, if a party must disclose to the other party of any witness, it is also, it's expert testimony. A party must disclose to the other party identity of any witness the party may use at trial to present evidence under rules of evidence, saying any exhibits that will be used to summarize or support the opinion. I also sent grounds for vacating or modifying judgment and material evidence newly discovered which could not be reasonably diligently have been discovered and produced at trial with official comments in Act 1943 federal practice. I'm only able to do what I can just to be rejected or overlooked once again by everybody. When you ask your counsel when will certain things be brought up and he tells you through other witness, but it's misleading of your counsel when he knows that the state is going to rest and there is no more witness to raise the issue, but he tells you different. But you are now allowed to speak during trial. My dearest son, you know I love you with all my heart. I know everybody distorted your thoughts where you're trying to figure things out in your own head. I'm sorry that you had to deal with all this abuse from those who made you lie about all these stories. I know you remember me, you and Bree counting money on the mattress up to $2,000. I was so proud of you because you was a fast learner. I know you are mad because you believe I lost your sister, but guess what? Your dad ain't mad at you behind the lies. I love you more than the lies. I know one day you will tell the truth, but even if you don't, I'll still love you regardless. Ms. Culberson, I also respect your initial report and your deposition, but somewhere along this course, your whole story changed like 360. I'm not sure what took place or what type of situation you might be in, but something made you spiral from out of the normal. You know I never been violent towards you or showed any aggression. I've only been protective of you. That's why I was kind of surprised by the statements you made, which kind of had me thrown off the loop. Just please give my things to my family, and I'll leave it at that. Aisha, you said something in your deposition that caught my attention. You said you wrote me 15 letters from the beginning of this case. Well, it's sad to say, but I believe I might have only got 2 letters that slipped through the cracks that they didn't catch. They took them letters before I even had a chance to receive them. That was their intentions, to have you turn against me. That way it makes it easy for them to point a finger. I even gave this letter to my attorney. But the only time I was able to contact you, and that's when I was in Clinton, I text you. I know you remember because you kept asking me, who is this? I never said who I was. I even text your mom number as well. I will have to say your initial and depositions are totally different from your trials, straight the opposite, which I know them people played a factor as well in that. So just for the records of the court, I wasn't in any shape prepared in addition for this trial. My resilience will continue to keep me focused and peaceful during these hard moments. I do have determination that through these challenges, I believe in the very definition of faith. My faith ignites hope in my heart to overcome these trials and tribulations. Right now, I'm the underdog rising through these misfortunes. I have to stay strong through this predicament. My God taught me failure isn't final. Your fight is only over when you throw in the towel. What initiate champions? The Almighty. My endurance is built strong like never before. My joy is beyond any experience I ever imagined. I will overcome this. I am encouraged that a power far beyond my physical ability will appear and give me spiritual armor through this fight of lies with truth that will set me free.
Ms. Cunningham, I see that Ms. Langford has left the courtroom. Would you like to address the court?
Your Honor, let me see. I think she's probably, is she coming back? She's coming back, Your Honor. Okay. Ms. Langford, are you ready to make your statement?
Ms. Cunningham, I would ask that you take the witness stance. I think that would be easier, please. Ms. Langford, you may proceed if you would just please state your name and spell your name for my court report.
Okay, my name is Aisha, spelled Aishia, Langford, Lankford.
You may proceed.
All right. Your Honor, my name is Aisha Langford, as I said before, mother of Breasia Terrell. Before I continue, I'd like to thank the court for providing me the opportunity for me to speak today. July 9th, 2020, exactly 3 years ago, since the last time I saw my baby girl. When I dropped her clothes off for her in DL after I got off work and showered and headed over to the Jersey Ridge Apartments complex. Once I got outside the complex, Breasia running out smiling as she always does, a smile that can light up a room, any room. We spoke for a few minutes while she held her dog, Chloe. She said she loved me, and I watched her run around to the apartment complex while her lovely locks bounced away around 6:30-ish. Those are my last words with my baby girl. So I wrapped my mental around her face. Her last words, she said to me, the amount of pain I felt and feel that no mom should ever have to feel, because man, that stuff hurts real bad in a different spot. I didn't even know it existed until you, Henry Dinkins, changed that for me. Broke my trust and emotions I had the day you took my baby girl from me and just gunned her down. like she was nothing and left her and never said a word at all. It's really painful that a statement could bring so much anger. I have a number of questions for you, Henry Dinkins, surrounding that night that played through my mind every day. Did she want me? Was she scared? Did she see those gunshots coming? Did you shoot her while she was trying to get away? Did she scream for help? Did she beg you to stop? Did you see in her face when she realized she was shot the first time? What was her last words? Did you stay and watch my baby die? How long did she suffer? Did you watch the life leave from her beautiful hazel eyes? What did you do to my son? Why? Do you know the answers to any of these questions I asked, huh? Henry Dinkins, why you sit in this courtroom as if this shit don't hurt you? Watching you during these proceedings. That isn't right. You sit there with smiles and chatter during sensitive things and then try to speak to me when you never once spoke to me after July 14th, 2020. You remember. When I saw you in Scott County Jail telling me you didn't do this, but why you haven't said nothing then? Why? Henry Dinkins, closure doesn't exist here in this case. Justice doesn't exist here in this case. You didn't just take away my baby's life. You didn't just take away my baby's life. You took away everything from me. My family's sense of security, laughs, health, and potential. Potential for Breasia to be someone's wife. The potential to be a mother, a college graduate, prom, everything. Oh, my baby girl, Henry. I went from believing I wasn't the best mom, but made things happen, but best I could, to downing myself day in and day out as what kind of person am I not to have protected my daughter? I've broken myself down many a times over and over, analyzing text messages, calls, and conversations about everything, trying to figure out what I could have done differently. I watched my oldest son completely lose his childhood and be the cast of being the man of the house for me, because I was truly broken the day I got the call stating they found my daughter. I'll never forget. March 22nd, 2021, around 7:30 p.m. So they told me they had information I have been waiting on. So that night, my tummy was in knots, and all I did was cry, and I held my pillow so tight, trying to hurry the nightfall so I could get up, so I could rush the kids to school and get on that highway near DeWitt, March 23rd, 2021. Once I got out there, it was a feeling I can't even describe, because it was the snuggle on my heart. Mentally, I was going insane because that was a different feeling in my body I wasn't used to. I kept myself covered from the media footage that was other, while I shed so many tears inside because I couldn't describe that. My daughter laid behind those squad cars and big RV man. I couldn't do nothing to save her. All I got a glimpse of. All I got was a glimpse of a damn blue bag, man, that crushed my whole soul. I promise, broke me down, and still am. And my son commit to every hurt need I need, and still does. I watched my youngest baby. Become unrecognizable. At times, with the amount of anger he sits and holds to from this trauma you put him through, he's so hurt, he has no idea how to even understand or even cope with the loss of his best friend, partner in crime, his sister, who helped him through so much of his life. He would to overcome this and gain himself back and be somebody. He will not be what you have put him through or even made him sit through. We are suffering from so much, with anxiety and depression at the top of our list. I can't work at times because all the trauma on top of the world of things I encounter at most jobs, the social media crap pushed me into a shell I haven't been able to shake quite yet. Our lives changed. 3 years went past us with no stops, right before our eyes. And here we are in this courtroom seeking the justice she deserved so she could be laid to rest properly. Still yet, this all feel like a movie. I haven't changed the channel to because this can't just be it. Like, that's all. That's the piece that sinks in, still hurt, because I thought hearing you get a life sentence with no possibility of parole will help me sleep at night. And it just doesn't. Because she didn't have to be gunned down like that, nor left like that, out there like she was just trash. She didn't deserve that. She didn't deserve to have her lifeless remains shown across the TVs. Like she did. She did it, Henry Dinkins. So whatever you get won't be enough because your family get to come to see you. And my baby is just that, just gone. And never, ever, ever coming back. As she left me July 9th, 2020. Peace, understanding, and forgiveness will never come. I also truly hope what you did to her will haunt you for the rest of your life. I'll hold on to those good memories we shared and not how you left her and how she laid across that damn creepy swamp place thing where you left her and said not one word. How could you? How could you be such a monster, Henry? I am thankful for the justice for Breasia, Terrell, and my baby boy.
Thank you. Before I proceed with my judgment and sentence in this case, I must address some of the statements made by the defendant in this case to the court. This court has provided the defendant with very competent representation during the entire course of this action. Actually, the attorneys representing the defendant in this proceeding and in this trial, his last counsel, are very competent. We're very zealous in the representation of the defendant. Couldn't have asked for better attorneys. The court made its decision based on all the evidence that was presented in this case. The court's ruling was based on facts. I find no legal basis to grant any of the defendant's motions for judgment of acquittal or new trial if that was the intent of some of his statements as a pro se motion. Because the defendant was found guilty of 2 Class A felonies, this court has no discretion on what the sentence shall be imposed. Rather, life imprisonment is mandatory. The court notes, however, that the defendant has an adult criminal record dating back to 1989. This history, coupled with the horrific nature of these offenses against his own child's sister, requires that this defendant be removed from society for the protection of society. This sentence provides for both punishment and for protection of the community. Mr. Dinkins, it's unconscionable that you would take such actions to murder a 10-year-old child who was entrusted to your care. It is very clear to this court that you have no conscience or remorse for your actions. You blatantly lied about trying to find Breasia. You took no legitimate actions to find her. You knew exactly where she was. Due to your extensive criminal history and the fact that you removed Breasia from the place that you were authorized to care for her, and then take Breasia to a dark, deserted area in the country and shoot her in such a horrific manner, supports the finding that the sentences to be imposed on both counts 1 and 2 shall be served consecutively. Mr. Dinkins, pursuant to this court's finding you guilty on September 15th of 2023 of murder in the first degree in violation of Iowa Code Section 707.1, paren 1, paren A, and as provided by Sections 902.1, it is the judgment and sentence of this court that you be committed to the custody of the Iowa Department of Corrections for the rest of your natural life without the possibility of parole. Pursuant to this court's finding you guilty on September 15th, 2023 of kidnapping in the first degree in violation of Iowa Code Section 710.2 and as provided by Iowa Code Section 902.1, it is the judgment and sentence of this court that you be committed to the custody of the Iowa Department of Corrections for the rest of your natural life without the possibility of parole. DNA sampling will be required. Each of these counts will be served consecutive to one another for the reasons stated earlier. The Iowa Medical and Classification Center is designated as a reception center to which you shall be delivered by the sheriff. Pursuant to Iowa Code Section 910.3B1 in paren 1, you are ordered to pay to the heirs of Breasia, Terrell, and as noted by the county attorney to Aisha Langford, $150,000. Mr. Freeze, do you wish to address Category B expenses at this time?
I believe that given Mr. Dinkins' status presently and going forward, he'll certainly be indigent and qualify for category B expenses.
Ms. Cunningham, do you wish to address the court on this matter?
No, Your Honor, and the state would not resist the court entering that finding.
Based on that, the court will find that Mr. Dinkins is indigent and does not have the reasonable ability to pay Category B expenses. Now that you have been sentenced, it is my duty to advise you of your right to appeal. Under Iowa law, you have the right to appeal your conviction and sentence to the Iowa Supreme Court.
Entering that finding.
Based on that, the court will find that Mr. Dinkins is indigent and does not have the reasonable ability to pay Category B expenses. Now that you have been sentenced, it is my duty to advise you of your right to appeal. Under Iowa law, you have the right to appeal your conviction and sentence to the Iowa Supreme Court. In order to do so, you must file a written notice of appeal with the clerk of this court within 30 days from today's date. Failure to file such notice of appeal in that fashion will be deemed a waiver of your right to appeal. In other words, you will lose it. If you think you want to appeal but don't think you can afford an attorney or transcript of these proceedings for that purpose, you have a right to make application with this court for court-appointed counsel and a transcript of these proceedings, all at the expense of the state of Iowa. Just be aware all of this must be done within the 30-day time limit that I have just outlined. I'm sure if you have any questions concerning this, Mr. Freeze or Mr. Waters would be happy to address this with you. I'll acknowledge receipt of any pre-sentence investigation reports that have been printed for the purpose of today's sentencing. No appeal bond will be issued in this case. Minimus will issue immediately. Anything further in this matter?
Your Honor, I do want to make a record relative to some comments of Mr. Dinkins. Mr. Dinkins spoke to the issue of the state having provided all of these exhibits during the trial that he had not received. The state did comply with all discovery requests that were made. I would note that there were a significant amount of photographs. There were a significant amount of body-worn camera footage that was generated by virtue of officers and their involvement in the investigation, as well as recorded interviews. There is a record that would reflect what was provided by discovery, but I want to speak to the practice of this particular prosecutor when I am in trial. My practice has always been one to make copies of any exhibits that I'm going to introduce during the trial and provide that to counsel. So while they may have received that during the course of discovery, I find that it's very beneficial for defense counsel just to have a copy that I'm presenting to the witness right there on the table before them so that they can follow along as I'm introducing those exhibits. I want to make it clear that when Mr. Dinkins suggests that these were exhibits that were just came out of the blue and were presented for the first time, that was not the case. It's simply the state's way of being very considerate of my colleagues on the opposite side of the table and making their jobs easier and making the process flow much, I think, more efficiently by providing those copies. So I think it's important to make that record. Additionally, Mr. Dinkins had indicated that there was a lack of notice of various witnesses. Certainly the court understands and defense counsel understands that with respect to any type of criminal prosecution, the state's required to file minutes of testimony. And then if there are, supplemental additional minutes of testimony that need to be filed, that is done. There were several sets of minutes of testimony that were filed. Every witness that was called to the stand to testify were individuals who were listed in those minutes of testimony. And every report that documented their statements to law enforcement or any investigative steps taken by law enforcement was a part of those investigative reports. And in fact, the state would further speak to the issue of expert testimony, particularly that of the FBI's testimony. My predecessor, who had been on the case before I took office, had filed additional minutes of testimony indicating there had been a USB drive provided that set forth all of their investigative reports. Even though that discovery had been provided, I went through the process of filing duplicative additional minutes of testimony to specifically identify every one of those individuals and to provide each of their reports that were generated through the FBI laboratory. And I would also note that when Mr. Dinkins speaks to the change in testimony, every witness who got on the stand to testify, the testimony that they provided stemmed from statements that was made to law enforcement. And there was no steps taken by the state to coerce any of these witnesses to provide fabricated testimony. Certainly the state understands its obligation, but even if we, didn't have, a strong sense of obligation to that, the state, our job first and foremost is to do justice, and justice takes on many different faces. And there are times when justice is best served if the facts are such that they indicate there should not be a prosecution. But in other instances, justice is served when crimes have been committed and the state goes forward and engages in those prosecutions. The state is very mindful of that obligation, and there was nothing untoward in any of the actions taken by the state. And that's the only record that I wanted to make for this, recognizing that there will be additional proceedings, I'm sure, relative to the appeal or any future post-conviction relief action.
I will leave the issue of the amounts totally payable to the Crime Victims Compensation Assistance Program. I will leave that open for further hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything for the Mr. Breasia? No, thank you. I'll conclude this matter.
And there he goes. Good. What a waste of space. Looks like we've got 9 minutes to go before they resume back in Florida with the first witness. And I was diving a little into a certain person that if you mention them on YouTube seems to get you automatically demonetized and maybe shadow banned and stuff like that, whose name kind of is reminiscent of Einstein. And from what I was hearing on this, why would he have committed suicide? I mean, he wouldn't have hung himself, because they were saying that when he was in prison before, he had work release, and he was, had his cell done up all luxurious, and he had staff that dealt with his needs, and he had them chauffeuring him around, and he was released from prison 12 hours a day, and he had it really cushy in there, and he would have again. So why would he have offed himself? That just doesn't make any sense. So let's see. Let's switch our visual back over to our state seal of Florida, which looks like a nice seal. Looks like it's probably a woodcut symbol. But I need to replace that battery. My thing is chirping. 60 from a 5.5 bunk, no cameras, sleeping guards. Yeah, and we only have their say so that they were sleeping. I mean, yeah. No, I hadn't heard before that his life in prison before, on his first stint, was so luxurious. If he was able to get away with that because of his money, he had no reason to off himself. There simply no, not the case. So, let's see. We have 6 minutes, so let me take a look. Oh, Aowen is saying hi. Now, I was reading up, and they say that cats that aren't raised around humans don't meow, really. So that's interesting. I never heard that before. Ooh, let's see. Take a look and see what is going on the world in YouTube land. Okay. My brother just texted me. I was asking him, we have an eclipse coming up on Saturday. Not complete, but near complete. And I don't know whether to go somewhere to see it or not. Might be disappointing after seeing the total eclipse back in 2020. We see some amusing live video coming up from HG Tutor. Oh boy. Let's see. The things that I've been hearing about the attack in the Gaza Strip, simply terrible. Let's see. There was one trial which was kind of following last week, which was the Mountain Dew hiker trial, and kind of lost my interest because I kind of wasn't sure that there wasn't some reasonable doubt. They took Monday off and I kind of didn't get back to it. So maybe they've come up with something more conclusive since then. Let's see. Here's an interesting clip, but I won't play it because it's from Fox. Oh, they aren't showing the seal. Okay, let's take a quick look over at. Let's see what happened to the app formerly known as Twitter. Let's see. Somebody wants Ilhan Omar to be removed from Congress. Oh boy. Okay, everyone has come to say hello. Well, hello, come say hello to everybody. She has a lot to say. Well, it is time for the trial to start back up, so let's go. Come on. Let's see. I checked this morning, and there still isn't anything in the next 30 days for Jim Brenner or Jared Lysick. Corey Richens has a hearing. I think it's on, let's take a look. I think it's the 3rd of November. Let's double check. Yes, the 3rd at 1:30 p.m. They're going to rule on a motion and have another scheduling conference. So, I can't remember what the motion was. Or maybe we don't know. I think there wasn't a motion pending. I think it was, they talked about adding some or amending the charges, and it turns out that Corey Richens was a very bad girl and writing a letter to her mother telling directing her brother to come up with a false story about Eric and smuggling drugs and so forth, and it really makes her look really bad. And some things I've been saying, some of the experts were saying she doesn't really have a chance at a trial. She might as well just try to get a plea deal at this point, because she's going to be found guilty because of that attempt of hers to do witness tampering. So 6 p.m. over there in the UK. Well, they are now late back from lunch. I have no idea if this judge is very prompt or not. The court session didn't start too late. I think it was like 3 or 4 minutes after the hour when it started. So I have hopes that they do things in a reasonable fashion, unlike that judge in Texas who was, things would be 45 minutes late or an hour late, or it seems like there was one time it was 90 minutes late. So, let's see. There was some interesting news story in the local news, which I thought might be of interest. Maybe we'll look at that as filler here. Disneyland's increasing its prices again. Let's see. Oh, yes, here we go. This is on Corey Richins, and it came out yesterday. Says attorneys for a Camas mother accused of killing her husband by secretly giving him a fatal dose of fentanyl and then writing a children's book about grieving the loss of a loved one have asked the court to dismiss the case. The attorneys argue that prosecutors violated the due process rights of Corey Darden Richins, 34, when they filed a letter in court that was found in her jail cell, in which prosecutors said she asked her mother and brother to give false testimony at her trial. Richins is charged with aggravated murder, a first-degree felony, in the March 2022 death of her husband, 39-year-old Eric Richins. In a motion for dismissal filed Wednesday, Richins' attorney said the state participated in prosecutorial misconduct that will make it no longer possible for her to receive a fair trial. Yeah, so people found out what she's really like, and so she can't get a fair trial. The state motion for a gag order in May requesting relief from overwhelming media interest that could lead to pre-trial tainting of the jury pool. Richins' attorney note that in the request for the case to be dismissed. Attorneys allege the state publicly accused her of witness tampering while admitting it has no evidence that such crime occurred when prosecutors filed the so-called walk the dog letter on September 15th. A 6-page handwritten letter to her mother was found inside a book during a search. Oh, here we go.
Thank you.
Nope, I heard him talking. We are back in the courtroom. We'll finish the letter on a break. Are we waiting for the jury to come in? The three brothers, as I understand it, are with one of Eric's sisters. And I think that they'll be getting a lot of love and attention from the family. They're going to be very well taken care of. So as soon as they start the trial going, I'm going to grab that battery and put it into that the smoke detector so it doesn't chirp anymore. Guess they're not quite ready still. Let's see. Okay, Aowen just left the room. I don't know. They sounded like they were starting up, but they don't seem to be. So we'll go back to the article on the motion in the Corey Richards case. So scrawled across the top of the 6-page letter are the words, "Walk the dog, but take vague notes so you can remember." With the letter expresses a desire to link Eric Richards getting drugs from Mexico to the fentanyl that caused his death, according to prosecutors. In the letter, Corey Richards allegedly wants her brother to say Eric Richards told him he got pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico through workers at a ranch. In the letter, she said the testimony can be short and to the point, but has to be done. She asked her mother, Lisa Darden, to pass the information to her brother in person, saying that her mother's home and phone could be bugged. But Richards said the letter was just an excerpt from a fictional book she is writing about her stay in a Mexican prison. In a jail jail conversation with her mother, she explained to her mom that in her mystery book, she goes to Mexico to find drugs with her dad. Those papers were not a letter to you guys, but were part of my freaking book, Richards said in the call, according to the court documents. You can very much tell that the whole thing is very much a story, kind of like her defense. In the motion for the case to be dismissed, Richard's attorneys alleged that the letter being made public was a violation of the rules of civil and criminal procedure. The state has submitted documents to the court's public docket that have undermined the integrity of these proceedings. The resulting prejudice to Ms. Richens is irreversible, the attorney said. They allege the state's actions undermine the defense's credibility and frequently disregards the truth and its ethical duties, all to the detriment of Ms. Richens. A police report was filed along with the walk the dog letter, and the report says that the letter was found folded and hidden in a book. Richens' attorneys say it was instead obtained through a potentially illegal search of Ms. Richens' documents, which were stored in an envelope titled Sky Lazaro Attorney Privilege. I'll just editorialize here. If that was the case, why is material for a mystery novel set in Mexico privileged material for her attorney? That makes no sense. Okay. By filing the police report on the public docket, the state ignores the longstanding concerns related to the reliability and admissibility of such reports. More important, the state ignores the glaring risk of prejudice to Ms. Richens, attorney said. Let's scroll a little further. The state also requests a no contact order and said that the order was necessary to prevent Richens from further engaging in witness tampering, attorneys note. Richens has not been charged or convicted of witness tampering, her attorneys noted, alleging that due to her due process rights were violated when the state falsely and publicly declared she is guilty of witness tampering. These attorneys argue the media coverage of the walk the dog letter has compromised her right to a fair trial. They said within minutes of the letter and no contact motion being filed, they began receiving requests for comment from reporters. Within a few days, countless media outlets had reported the situation, were parroting the state's claims of witness tampering and attempts to compel false testimony, attorneys said. Media attorneys, sounds like are we going? Nope. There's some movement in the courtroom, but not anything going yet. Okay. Media attorneys in previous cases have argued that there has never been a criminal case in Utah that was successfully appealed because of pretrial publicity. Should the charges not be dismissed, Richens' attorneys request that the Summit County Attorney's Office be disqualified from prosecuting the case and ask the trial be moved to Salt Lake County. The attorneys also asked the judge to suppress all evidence related to the walk the dog letter and ensure that the jury instruction precludes consideration of the state's false claim that Ms. Richens engaged in witness tampering. Okay, I'll just note that it isn't necessarily a false claim, and I could see a change of venue being granted to Salt Lake County. I think that there are plenty of people in Utah who don't know about her case, who don't really follow the news closely, and since there's 1 million people in Salt Lake County, it's a lot bigger jury pool than up in Summit County. And I was talking to a lady at one of the Jim Brenner hearings who was on jury duty for a case in Park City, and they did get bused she did jury duty in a case there. And I got the impression that they had changed the case to Utah or Salt Lake anyway. So I don't think that's going to be successful. And yes, it's burn after reading vibes very, very much. I mean, because and her assertion about it being another book. First of all, she didn't write the book, the children's book. She
Now you know why I don't touch them normally.
had it ghost written. Okay, it looks like we're doing something. Is this a witness? Is this a technician doing something? Get my hopes up that we have something happening. Yes, yes, yeah, very much. Oh, yeah. Yeah, her story doesn't make sense, and so, yeah, just because she hasn't had the charges filed against her for witness tampering yet doesn't mean that it isn't forthcoming, because prosecution announced they were going to be amending the charges. So, well, that guy got my hopes up. Okay, let's see. There was another news story here in Utah. That was a few days ago. Let's see if I can find that one. Seems like it's further down in the news feed there. Oh, here we go. Except actually this one is one that's better to watch, because they've got Ring camera to go with it. I don't know that they will they can do anything about exploiting her children. I mean, she has, but not in a way that would be criminal. Look at all of those packages there. Let's see, it looks like Christmas here. All those packages waiting to be unwrapped. No.
is it just batteries? Was it batteries? Oh.
Your jury got an extra long lunch. Now let's see. I'm not sure. How long is this news story? 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Okay, let's see. Oh. Okay.
News specialist Dan Rascone spoke with neighbors, including one family where this man ended up inside of their home. And Dan, he went in naked and he escaped not naked, right?
Yeah, Mike and Deanie, pretty bizarre story out of Draper here. You know, this naked man seen on that surveillance video going door to door trying to get inside. He gets into one home, spends 30 minutes inside there, and then comes out fully clothed. Neighbors just can't believe the video they were watching.
My Ring doorbell shows him naked coming up to the front door.
In the wee hours of the morning,
And we're looking and we're seeing
a shocking sight.
a person buck naked, so to speak, trying to gain access into our home.
Sounds like are we going? No, false alarm. Well, the deputy is looking attentive. Okay. Do I dare go back? Okay, let's resume.
A naked man captured on surveillance video, canvassing this Draper neighborhood, trying to find an open door at 4:30 a.m.
This one wasn't locked.
He finds an open back door to the Collier's home, making his way through the garage and into the home, stopping in the kitchen for snacks.
Twinkies and cupcakes were, and so he had some of that.
He went up the stairs and into this bathroom, just feet away from where Lynn and his wife were sleeping.
There's the master, and then and this is the bathroom. Oh, 15 feet away.
He also went into the basement, grabbing stuff along the way, including Lynn's wallet and car keys. 30 minutes later, he walks out the front door wearing
And state, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Cynthia Demetrius. If you could just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Cynthia Demetrius. My last name Demetres.
And where are you currently employed?
I work for the City of Orlando for the Orlando Police Department.
And what do you do with them?
I'm a 911 call taker
And how long have you held that position?
since 2010.
What sort of training do you have to hold that position?
You require to go through the police academy. It's a classroom academy. And then you go through 3 phases of one-on-one 911 call taker. and then you have to pass the certification test.
And I, assuming because you're here, you did that?
Yes, I did.
Were you working in your same job back on April 24th of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And were you working in the afternoon on that day?
Yes.
Did you field a 911 call from a David Tronnes?
Yes.
What did you do when you received that call?
When I received the call, I verified the address, verified the nature of the call, and then I transferred over to medical.
I'm sorry, you transferred it to?
Transferred to medical, to the fire department.
After you transfer a call like that, do you remain on the line?
Yes.
What do you do when you're on the line?
You remain on the line and you update the call so that the officers en route can find out what's going on with the call while they're on the way.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to that call you received from David Tronnes prior to today?
Yes.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel has been marked by identification as state PI. Permission to approach the witness?
May?
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states BI. You recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I initialed it and dated it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the 911 call you received from David Tronnes?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification as states BI.
No objection.
Without objection, that's number one.
Your Honor, permission to publish what's now in evidence.
You may.
Call 1 at 3:50 p.m. with a GMT offset of minus 240 minutes. All on Tuesday, April 24, 2018.
Hello? Okay, listen to me. Can you tell me what your address is? 218 Copeland? Okay, and who is this? Your name is Dan? David. Okay, your name is David? Okay, who is it that's not breathing? Your wife is not breathing? Okay. Sir, I need to take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Listen to me. I'm going to get the paramedics so we can try and get her some help, okay? Don't hang up. Orlando Fire Department. Okay, with the medical, we're also going. Orlando Fire Department. Okay, with the medical, we're also going. Okay, this is the Orlando Fire Department. What's the address of the emergency?
218 East Copeland Drive.
218 East Copeland Drive. What's the telephone number you're calling me from?
This is 407-704-2808 is the house line.
Tell me exactly what happened.
It came along.
Okay, what happened? And she passed away? Listen, okay, what's your name? Okay, are you with her right now? How old is she? How old? 39. Okay, is she awake right now? No. Is she breathing? I can't wake her. Okay, listen. Is she breathing? No, I tried to do the CPR. I can't get her to breathe. Okay, can you get her out of the shower?
Good.
Yeah. Sounds.
Or when anything happens? Okay. Is there a defibrillator available?
Of what?
Is there a defibrillator available?
No.
Okay. We can do CPR. Okay, we can do CPR on her until the paramedics get there. Okay. All right, I want you to lay her flat on her back, okay? And tilt her head back. I want you to tilt her head back by putting one hand on her forehead and one hand on the back of her neck and tilt her head back, okay?
Okay, I tried something under her.
Okay, listen, I want you to take a deep breath, okay? So we can do what we can while the paramedics are responding, okay?
I have her neck attack.
Okay, I want you to put your mouth down by her. I want you to put your ear down by her mouth and tell me if you feel or hear any breathing, okay? Take a deep breath. I have help responding to your emergency, okay? She is not breathing? Okay. Okay, I want you to put the heel of your hand on the center of the chest. Okay, right between the nipples, okay? Put your other hand on top of that. Okay. I want you to pump her chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, to reach your feet. Okay, I want you to just let the chest come up all the way between pumps, and we're gonna do this until help can take over, okay? I want you to count out loud. They're almost there to you, they're responding emergency to you.
There's a blue dumpster come down to come out. Oh God.
What is blue?
There's a blue dumpster, big blue dumpster in the driveway. They have to turn in. And if they can get past it, they have to drive past it. If they can't get past it,
they'll park out in the street. They'll just park out in the street.
Yeah, but we're in the back, we're in the far back. They have to get back to the gate and come up the stairs. Oh, God. There's water. There's water.
Are there any animals or anything in the house?
They're downstairs. They're in their kennel. They need to come up the stairs.
I did tell them they need to come up the stairs, okay? I want you, when you hear them come in, when you hear them come in, I want you to call them, okay? Has she been sick or something?
Yeah, she's sick, yeah. Oh God, what happened, baby? Baby.
on the phone with you until you're right with them. Are they there with you?
One. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any cross?
No questions for the witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from subpoena state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are excused. State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls Stephen Wilson.
You solemnly swear on testimony you're saying will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Will you please state your name for the record?
Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and just spell your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Stephen Wilson, and Wilson.
And where are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm employed by Geico Insurance as a fraud investigator.
And how long have you worked for Geico?
It'll be 3 years in January.
Where did you work prior to working for Geico?
I spent almost 24 years with the Orlando Police Department.
And what were your job duties with the Orlando Police Department?
Well, I started my career in patrol. After about 4 years, I went to the Criminal Investigations Division. I spent almost 8 years there before going back to patrol so that I could train new recruits in the field training program.
And would it be fair to assume that you completed the police academy and all that?
Yes, yes, of course. Yeah.
And were you working in your, well, first of all, before that, why did you leave your job as a law enforcement officer?
I had almost 24 years on, and the opportunity came up for this job with Geico, and I just decided it was time to retire and move on to something else.
All right, so I want to go back to 2018. Were you working in your capacity with the Orlando Police Department back on April 24th of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall responding to a residence in the Delaney Park neighborhood of Orlando located on East Copeland Drive?
Yes.
Was that residence located in Orlando?
It was, yes.
Is that Orange County, Florida?
Orange County, Florida.
Do you recall about what time it was that you responded to that residence?
It was shortly after 4, maybe about 5 after 4 or so in the afternoon.
And do you recall what happened when you arrived at the location?
I walked up a sidewalk that was on what would be the, let's see, the east side of the house. There's a, if you make a right turn, there's a garage with a second floor and a breezeway that separates the main house from the garage. As I was walking up, Orlando Fire and Rescue were leaving. The call had come out as a sick or injured person. So as I saw them leaving, I just kind of gave like a thumbs up or thumbs down, like, are they okay or not? And one of the firefighters went and just shook his head and swiped his hand back and forth in front of his neck. And that was the only conversation I had with them. I met Officer Marsh.
Okay.
Meow.
So you entered, at some point you parked your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you entered the home?
I entered the property. I never actually went inside at that point. I just stood outside the breezeway. Officer Marsh explained that there was a deceased person in the
Without getting into what other people said, sure.
Okay.
So you stayed there. You had a conversation with Officer Marsh.
Yes.
At some point, did you ever make contact with a David Tronnes?
Yes.
When did you get to that point?
After I had gone up into the crime scene and saw the crime scene and the deceased person up there, I came back down, and Mr. Tronnes was speaking with a chaplain from the Orlando Fire Department.
Okay. So let me go back a little bit. So before you made contact with Mr. Tronnes, you had gone upstairs.
Yes, I did.
At what point did you go upstairs?
Shortly after I arrived, we wanted to check the scene, first of all, to make sure there was no weapons, but also to make sure that it was secure as far as there was nobody else up there. And then we came back downstairs.
So let me back up. So you go up the stairs.
Yes.
When you get up the stairs, what do you observe?
At the very top of the stairs, there was a chair sitting right at the top on the landing. To the right, it was a one-room apartment, a large apartment. There was a bed to the left, and to the right was a bathroom area, and in front of me, just off to the side from if you step to the left of the landing, was what appeared to be like a closet.
So inside that one-bedroom apartment or that room, did you observe a decedent?
Yes, I did.
And what do you recall about that person?
It was a white female. She was laying next to the bed. She was laying on bedding, like a sheet and some blankets. She was wearing a black shirt and black shorts, which appeared to me to be like something you would wear to bed. She was laying flat on her back with her legs straight out, and her right arm was over her head a little bit like this and off the ground. An indication that rigor mortis had started to set in, and she was kind of almost frozen in this position, but the rest of her body was flat.
So you say it looked like rigor mortis had begun to set in. Is that something that in your 23-year career in law enforcement you had seen before?
Yes, many times.
And so you had seen what that looks like many times before. And is that what appeared to be the case with the decedent that you saw that day?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. All right. So at some point, after going upstairs, sort of securing the area, making sure nobody else was up there, you go back downstairs.
Yes.
And then you have some sort of contact or observation of David Tronnes?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you observed there?
He was extremely, he was crying, sobbing. He appeared to be crying and sobbing. What initially caught my attention, I just sat and watched. I didn't ask any questions at that point. It almost appeared that he was trying to exaggerate his level of distress, kind of throwing his arms around, leaning back. But
Objection, Your Honor, cause speculation.
So beyond that, so you observe him, and he appears to be upset. He appears to be crying, you said. Did you witness, and you observed him for a period of time, you said, did you observe any actual tears coming from his eyes?
No, and that was what I was going to say really caught my attention.
Yeah, just.
No, there was no tears.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at some of the some photographs that were taken on the crime scene?
Yes.
Let the record show I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states exhibits CG and CH. Permission to approach the witness.
What were the letters again, Counselor?
CG and CH. Permission to approach the witness.
May?
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states CG. What's been marked for identification as states CG and CH. And if you could just take a look at these and then let me know when you've had an opportunity to do so. Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the scene that you responded to outside as well as ultimately inside the residence?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers what's been previously marked for identification as states CG and CH in evidence.
No objection.
Without objection, that's number 2 and number 3.
Your Honor, permission to publish what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 2.
May?
Okay.
All right, so what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a picture of the front of the residence from Copeland Street, directly in front.
So this is what you see when you initially approach and park.
Yes.
That was G1 of States 2. Now showing G2 of States 2. What are we looking at here?
This is the driveway on what would be the east side of the residence, coming from the street, heading to the back of the residence, the back southeast corner of the residence.
Showing G3 of States 2. What are we looking at here?
So the main residence is here. This is the garage. There's a breezeway that separates, and this is the second floor apartment, the garage apartment.
So if you could just point out that area where the decedent was found in this photo.
It would have been up in this area right here. This is where the bed was, in that general area.
Now showing G4 of State 2. What are we looking at here?
This door, if I remember correctly, was a door that led into the garage for, where they would park or put their stuff. And then this here was the door that led up the stairwell to the second floor apartment.
Now showing G5 of States 2.
Yeah, that's the stairwell that leads up to the second floor apartment where the deceased was.
permission to publish on states 3.
May?
Just have one moment. Now publishing states 3. This is CH1. You can just tell us what we're looking at here.
So this is the second floor apartment over the garage. You are looking east from this perspective here. To the right is the bed, and then obviously an office area here and how we found the deceased.
So when you first get up the stairs, this is what you see and where you see the decedent located.
Yes, it would have been to my left as I made it to the top of the stairs.
Now showing CH2 of states 3. Can you just describe to us what we're seeing here?
This is the more of the west and southwest side of the apartment. Like I said, it's pretty much just a one bedroom. They had a little family area here where the couch is, and then there was the bunk beds with closets behind it.
Now showing CH3 of states 3. This appears to be a little bit closer view of the decedent.
Yes.
Can you just describe any injuries that you observed with her that can be seen in this photo?
Yes, she had abrasions on her knees. It looked like rug burn. And there was very little blood, but they were pretty deep rug burns. And then she had on her neck, she had what appeared to be pressure marks, like from maybe strangulation. And then there was blunt force trauma to her face and her head.
And this is sort of, in this photo, you can see what you were speaking of earlier about the arm being in the air.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it wasn't laying flat like everything else. It was bent, and at that point, the rigor mortis had set in, so there was no way of it being able to just go back down.
Now showing CH4 of exhibit 3, and this is just a closer view of the face. Is that correct?
Yes.
And obviously, did you note when you were observing the injuries to her facial area?
Yes.
Finally, in this photo, just CH5 in state 3, what are we looking at here?
So here the view is from you're looking southwest. Here's the other half of that bed. I guess I would call it a bunk bed. The closet, and then this is the entryway into the bathroom. A little closet here, and then this is the stairwell that we came up.
Okay, so this view would be, you've now come into the room, instead of looking straight, you've gone in, you've turned around, and this is what you see?
Yes,
Can you just point out to the jury again where the bathroom is located?
this is the bathroom right here.
Did you have any further involvement in this investigation beyond your initial response?
After leaving, as I said, I sat and listened to Mr. Tronnes for a few minutes.
What I mean to say, though, is you weren't like a detective involved in the investigation?
No, sir. No, sir.
No further questions.
Ross?
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
When you arrived on the scene, Officer Marsh was there before you?
Yes.
Okay. You first went up the stairs and took a look around the scene and observed the deceased?
Yes.
Did you walk around or did you just observe from the landing?
We walked around to make sure that there was no weapons or anything laying around there.
And you observed that her hair was wet?
It appeared wet, yes, sir.
What about her clothing?
I did not touch her clothing, but the clothing did not appear wet.
You recognize rigor mortis,
Yes, sir.
but then you returned downstairs to just observe Mr. Tronnes communicating with the chaplain?
Yes, sir.
You didn't question him personally, you just observed?
No, I mean, there were a couple, at that point, you know, he was just, in my mind, he was just a distraught spouse, you know?
Distraught spouse. He was in a state of rambling, wasn't he?
Yes.
You didn't observe him crying, though, even though he was sobbing and hysterical.
No, he was not crying.
Have you never come across somebody who's in shock that displayed grief or such in a manner that was inconsistent with what you would expect normally?
Yes, I've seen that, but in this case, he was acting as though he was sobbing.
Oh, objection, Your Honor. I'm going to say it's not responsive and cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Mr. Tronnes told you that his wife had some medical problems?
He mentioned that she, not to me specifically, but to those of us standing there, that she had a host of medical issues.
And that when he observed his wife initially, that she was face down and the water was running?
Well, he gave two different accounts.
In regards to?
How he first found her.
In the tub, correct?
He
Location?
initially said that he found her in the tub and that he pulled her from the tub and began CPR on her. A short time later, he said he found her on the floor, but her head and her face were submerged in water in the tub.
So in the description of it, you didn't ask any questions for clarification. He just gave two different statements regarding how he found his wife, and you found them to be inconsistent.
What I found, and I asked him, I said, was she wearing clothes when you found her, or did you leave? I said, did you put clothes on her, or did you leave her as you found her? And he said, I left her as I found her. And
The fact that she had clothes on, that was significant to you
yes,
because she was found in the vicinity to the shower and still had clothes on?
because he had said that he found her in the tub with the water running initially, and the clothes appeared dry to me. The only thing that appeared wet was the hair on her head.
But you didn't touch the clothes.
I didn't touch the
So if others touched them and they were damp, we should believe them?
Yes,
You didn't observe any weapons?
no, sir.
Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Tronnes' hands?
I didn't take a good enough look at Mr. Tronnes' hands.
And in your experience, blunt force trauma could occur from a number of different reasons. Can it not?
Yes,
And you described the deceased's clothing as being consistent with sleepwear
that's what it appeared to me.
because it was a tank top and shorts.
It just looked like something that somebody might wear to bed. It looked like pajamas. Whether it was or not, I don't know for a
So
fact.
it could be casual wear.
Yes.
One moment, please. Nothing further.
Thank you. Anything further, state?
Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from the subpoena?
Yes.
Any objection, defense?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
State next witness.
Wade Sperry.
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Can you please state your first and last name?
Sorry, this is the wrong witness.
Wade Sperry. Ma'am, if you'll just step down for just a moment.
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You can state your first and last name for the.
And you may have a seat. And state you may proceed.
Can you spell your first and last name, please?
First name's Wade, last name Sperry.
Where do you work, sir?
City of Orlando Fire Department.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a firefighter paramedic.
And what sort of background in education and training do you have to become a paramedic?
A basic paramedic school was about a year of schooling. I also have an associate's degree in paramedic science.
And how long have you been working for the Orlando Fire Department?
20 years.
And of those 20 years, how long have you been serving as a paramedic? Did you ever serve as an EMT prior to that or anything like that?
With the city of Orlando, I was a paramedic for 20. I've been a paramedic for 20 years. I've been a paramedic total of 23 years.
Okay. Now, on April 24th of 2018, did you get called out to a scene around 218 Copeland?
I can't remember the exact date, but yes.
Okay. And can you describe this scene as is this an apartment complex, a townhome, or a house?
If I remember correctly, it was a two-story residential home with what I believe was a guest suite or mother-in-law suite in the back.
Okay. Now, do you arrive alone or do you have a team with you?
I was on Engine Company 5 at the time.
And how many people are on Engine Company 5?
4.
All right. And so when you get there, where do you go as far as which building in this complex?
Yeah, so long. I believe we went to the building in the back, which was like a guest apartment, mother-in-law suite or something like that.
Okay. And who's we?
There's my lieutenant. There was an engineer and there was a EMT on the engine with me.
So all 4 members of the team?
Yes, sir.
All right. What do you do? Do you go to the first floor of this apartment or is it on the second floor?
I believe we went to the second floor.
When you go to the second floor, what do you observe?
If I remember correctly, there was a female on the ground with a male above her. He was upset and she appeared to be unconscious.
All right. What else can you tell us about this female at this point in time when you make your observations?
When I initially observed her, she appeared to be dead. So at that point, I assessed her further and determined that she was.
Okay. Tell us what you did to assess her. Did you put EKG leads on her or anything like that?
First, I would have checked for breathing, and if there was none, I would check for a pulse. After that point, I would have put her on the EKG monitor to determine if she was deceased. She would have had to have been in a asystolic rhythm.
What's an asystolic rhythm?
It's what people commonly see as a flat line. It's no electrical activity in the heart whatsoever.
And do you recall whether this female was wet or not when you made these assessments?
If I remember correctly, I believe her body was wet, but her clothes were not.
Okay. And are you familiar with the term rigor mortis?
Yes, I would also check her for rigor mortis or dependent lividity.
Did you see any signs of rigor mortis?
I believe so. It's been a long time, and I haven't read my report in a long time, so I'm sorry, but I believe so.
All right. Who declared her deceased?
That would have been, I would have determined that she was dead, but we work under a medical director that gives us protocols to make those determinations.
After the determination is made that she's deceased, do you all leave?
We would have turned the scene over to the Orlando Police Department at that time.
Did you?
Yes.
All right. No other questions of this witness?
Friends, any questions?
Good
Good afternoon.
Hello.
This was a long time ago, correct?
It was.
So is it fair to say that there are some gaps in your memory?
There could be,
Okay.
but
So today, when you say that the clothes could have been wet or could have been dry, are you 100% positive?
no, but that would have been something I would have documented in my report.
You don't have that report with you?
No, I do not.
No further questions.
Anything further, state?
Yes, Your Honor. Would reviewing your run report refresh your recollection on those?
Yes, it would.
May I approach the witness showing on pages 147 and 148 discovered?
May?
What I'd like you to do is you can just scroll down and review it to yourself and then let us know if your run report refreshed your memory on something.
See if I can find the narrative portion. It's been a while since we used this system too. Everything has changed. Is there a way to enlarge that? This is the wrong report. This is not the EMS
All right.
report. Okay.
No other
Yes,
questions?
that's the fire report, not the EMS report.
May this witness be excused from subpoena? Any objection, defense? You may step down. You are excused. State next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mary Batista.
You solemnly swear from the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. May you please state your first and last name.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, if you could just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Mary. Last name is B as in boy, Atista.
And where do you work?
I work for Greenberg Dental.
How long have you worked for Greenberg Dental?
It's going to be 11 years now.
And what is your current position with Greenberg Dental?
I'm a dental assistant.
How long have you been a dental assistant? Have you always been that, or did you hold other positions?
No, I've only been a dental assistant for about a year and a few months.
Prior to being a dental assistant with Greenberg Dental, what was your position with Greenberg Dental?
I was a team leader and dental coordinator. So it's pretty much like like an office manager.
And as like an office manager, what would your job duties be?
Everything, picking up phones, checking insurance, sending pre-authorization, submitting claims, talking to different customer service reps about insurance claims.
Did you keep the schedule or have access to the schedule related to appointments and things of that nature?
Yes.
How was, first let me say, did you have that position back in 2018?
Yes.
The office manager type position?
Yes.
And going back to April of that month, do you recall, did y'all have a specific program or anything that you used to keep schedules and appointments?
Yes, it's a software called Dentrix.
And essentially, how would that work?
It's a scheduling book. It also keeps all the files of the patient. So any x-rays that you take, any dental treatment that's needed, or any previous dental treatment that they've had, everything will be notated in the system.
And how was that program accessed? Did you have to log in or something?
You have to log in.
Was that with like a secure password?
Yes.
And did you have that password?
Yes.
I know it seems like a silly question, but just to establish. Okay, so I want to go to April 24th of 2018. Obviously, that's a long time ago, but do you recall if there was an emergency appointment on the calendar for Ashanti Cooper Tronnes?
Yes, there was.
What time was that appointment for?
She was in the morning. I want to say anytime between 9 or 10, something like that.
Okay. Would it be 10 o'clock?
10 would be more likely for emergencies.
All right. And how do you know when you're looking at that calendar if an appointment is an emergency appointment?
Just because of the description of the appointment. So if it's a limited visit, we know it's an emergency. It's either having tooth pain, they broke a tooth, or they're having anything that's not regular for dental work.
And was that appointment for Shanti Cooper Tronnes or Tronnes, was that an emergency appointment for April 24th of 2018?
Yes,
When was that appointment made?
she did it the day before.
All right, so the day of that appointment, did Shanti Cooper Tronnes show up?
No,
Did she call to cancel that appointment?
no,
Was there ever any follow-up regarding her not appearing for that appointment?
no. For limited visits, we don't follow up.
And when was it that you ultimately found out that Ms. Cooper Tronnes was deceased?
Attorney's approach? Okay, thank you.
And did you ultimately speak with law enforcement in this case?
I did.
No further questions.
Cross? No cross. May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection? Thank you. You may step down. You are excused. State next witness.
Gary Crosby?
You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Good afternoon, sir. Can you spell your first and last name?
Gary, Gary, Crosby, Crosby.
And back in 2018, it's April, specifically on the 24th, where were you working then?
The Orlando Police Department's crime scene unit,
And what were you doing for the crime scene unit for the Orlando Police Department?
crime scene investigator.
And what sort of background in education and training and experience did you have that allowed you to hold such a position?
I had worked as a sworn officer for 12 years prior to that. Then when I started with the Orlando Police Department, I went through 4 months of extensive field training and several schools with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Do you have any sort of continuing education program as you work as a crime scene investigator as well?
We did. We did some in-house training and outside training also.
Prior to this incident on April 24th of 2018, had you ever worked as the lead CSI on a homicide scene?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many times?
Probably 30, maybe somewhere in that area.
And approximately how many crime scenes had you processed in the past before, including non-homicides?
I'd say thousands.
All right. Take us through, just generally speaking, what is the process that a CSI goes through when first coming to a scene and then taking us through the steps?
We're dispatched through our communications department to the location. We arrive at the location. Depending on what has happened, it's either an officer or a detective. It usually gives us a briefing of what they know at the time. Do a walkthrough of the scene with either the officer or the detective. Then after that, most of the times observations and photographs begin.
And back in 2018, were you all using digital photography?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. So after you document the scene, do you document it first as it is, as you found it?
Yes, sir, we do.
And then at times, do you ever use placards or anything to kind of note areas of interest?
We do.
Do you then document that with photography as well?
Yes, sir.
After everything is documented, both with or without any placards or markers, is that the point in time when you begin collecting evidence?
Yes, sir.
And are there times where you may process some pieces of evidence on the scene as opposed to back in the police lab?
That's correct.
And then are there other times where you process items that are collected back at the scene?
Yes, sir.
I mean, back at the police department, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Are there also instances where you send pieces of evidence off to somewhere else to be analyzed by another laboratory?
Yes.
And is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement one of those laboratories?
Yes, that's our state lab. Yes.
Turning now to April 24th of 2018, do you recall getting called out to a scene at 218 Copeland in Orlando, Florida?
I do.
Is that in Orange County, Florida?
It is. Yes.
Approximately what time do you arrive on the scene?
I responded, I believe, at just a little bit after 5 p.m. So I would say it was maybe a 10-minute drive. I'd say around 5:20, 5:25 maybe.
When you arrived, were there any members of the Orlando Police Department there?
Yes, there were.
And were these members of the patrol team as well as members of the detective team?
Yes, sir.
Without telling us what was said, did you speak to anybody?
I believe I was briefed by Detective Sprague.
Was she the assigned lead homicide investigator on this case?
Yes, sir, she was.
After being briefed by Detective Sprague, what steps did you take next?
Basically, just done some observations, then started my photography.
All right. May I approach the witness with BJ for identification?
Right.
Showing you the first image on this digital exhibit, BJ for identification. Do you recognize what this image is?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is on this image?
It's just like an identification card showing the date, the case number, and my name.
All right. So do you recognize this as the card you would have taken as your first image before documenting the scene?
Yes, sir, I do.
Showing you the first several images on this exhibit. Do you recognize these images?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move BJ for identification into evidence.
Any objection? Okay.
Right, on states 4, we're showing the jury image number 1. Is this the image you just previously described?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is your monitor in front of you on and working?
No.
Ready to approach?
All right, turning back to states 4, image number 1. Is this what you previously described prior to coming into evidence?
Yes.
And the Orlando Police Department case number that's just assigned as the next number available?
That's correct.
And the date is April 24th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Image 2, what are we looking at?
The address of the location.
Image 3,
Overall view of the residence from like this, from the street.
image 4,
That's the overall view of the driveway on the east side of the residence.
image 5,
Just a little bit closer view of the driveway with the 2 vehicles parked in the back.
image 6,
That's a
another view from that perspective.
Yeah, just a closer view and from inside of the breezeway to the west end of the breezeway.
And on the right side of this image, is that the main home?
Yeah, that's double doors leading into the main home, yes.
And the left side, are those the doors leading to the garage and the apartment above it?
Yeah, further down the breezeway there.
Image 8, are those the 2 doors we were just discussing to the garage and the upstairs apartment?
Yes, it is.
Image 9,
Same 2 doors, just a different view.
10,
That's the door handle lock leading to the upstairs apartment.
what is the purpose of taking this photograph?
Just to show there was no forced entry to the door.
And what would be, based on your experience as a crime scene investigator who's processed thousands of scenes, you said, what would be indicative of a forced break-in that we're not observing in this image?
The glass could have been broken, the door handle could have been broken off. There could have been pry marks between the door and the door frame. Any way to get the door open without using the key or being unlocked.
So based on your observations, you saw nothing that was indicative of a break-in?
No, I did not.
And did the door knob or handle turn without any signs of ill repair?
As I remember, yes.
Image 11, what are we looking at and why did you document it?
Basically the same reason. That's the bolt lock above the door handle. That shows no sign of forced entry to the bolt lock.
Image 12.
That's the bottom section of stairs leading up to the apartment with a small landing at the top of the stairs.
And so is it fair to say these stairways kind of go halfway up to that wall we see in the background and then halfway up coming back to the foreground to the left?
Yeah, just they go up longer, but just a short distance back up to the left.
Image 13.
Just a closer view of the top of the landing.
Image 14.
And that's the view going up to the apartment.
So after you round the bend to the left?
Correct. That's at the top of the stairwell at the apartment entrance.
And for the record, that's image 15. That yellow thing there, is that crime scene tape?
Yes, sir.
And was that there at the time that you did your initial walkthrough?
It was.
What are we looking at here in image 16?
This is, I'll begin where the, it's a door leading out to outside area, I believe it is.
Is that the same crime scene tape in the bottom of this image that we see back in image 15?
Yes, at the entrance to the living quarters.
Image 17, what are we looking at and why is this documented?
The interior door handle of the door leading out to that outside area of with no sign to forced entry.
Image 18, what are we looking at here?
The start of the overalls of the interior of the garage apartment.
You said you got there around 5:25, 5:30?
Yeah, I'd say around 5:20, 5:25, somewhere in there. Yes, sir.
This darker area on the rug just to the bottom right of the decedent, what is that?
There's just a stain, just a stain on the carpet.
All right, was it wet to the touch?
At the time, I didn't touch it at first.
When you did touch it, was it?
I don't recall if it was, that stain there was wet or not.
All right. Were there any other dark stains like this between the bathroom and where the decedent was found?
I don't recall about the stains between her and the bathroom.
Okay. Image 19, what are we looking at here?
Overall view of just the living quarters inside that garage apartment.
Image 20.
Same thing, just from a different angle.
And from where this photograph was taken by you, is that kind of the perspective of where you'd be when you come up to the end of the stairs?
Yeah, the stairs were kind of back to the right of the couch there, if I'm not wrong. Let's see.
What are we looking at in image 21 on States 4?
Just an overall view of inside the garage apartment from, again, a different angle.
Kind of in the foreground at the bottom, beneath the end of the fan blades at the right. What room is that?
That's the bathroom.
And so in order to go from the bathroom to where the decedent is located, one would have to go around this L-shaped couch one way or the other?
That's correct.
Did you observe any blood trails between the bathroom and where the decedent was found, taking either path from the L-shaped couch?
No, I did not.
Image 22.
Just a view of the couch in the living area there.
And in the background on the right here, is that the stairwell that is behind here and underneath this chandelier?
Yeah, that's the stairwell banister right there with the stairwells behind it. That's correct.
And was there a laptop and a phone on the banister here on the left side of the
Yeah.
banister?
Yes, sir, there were.
And was there a package of sheets here at the very left edge by the wall on the stair banister?
Yes, sir.
Image 23, what are we looking at here?
Just a view a little bit closer of where the decedent was and the area of that corner.
And based on your experience of investigating crime scenes, additionally, have you ever attended any autopsies?
Not during the autopsy itself, no.
So let me ask it a different way. Have you ever been there to collect evidence that was taken from a decedent's body in any of the homicide cases you worked?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with rigor mortis?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe any signs of that based on your experience on this decedent at the time you found her around 5:30?
Objection, lacks foundation. Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were they?
Mainly her right arm. The position with it being up off the item she's laying on.
Now, as a member of law enforcement, are you allowed to touch the decedent on a crime scene or any of the belongings in his or her immediate area?
No, sir, I am not.
Who has the jurisdiction to do that?
The medical examiner's office.
And for you or any other member of a law enforcement agency to actually touch the decedent or to manipulate the decedent's immediate belongings, would you require permission from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir, you do.
What are we looking at in 24?
An overall of the decedent.
And what was she lying on? Did you ultimately collect those items?
Yes, we did.
And what was underneath her?
It's like a white bedding. Can I refer to my report?
Sure. Just let us know when you're done referring to it and if it helped you remember.
Yeah, it's just a white piece of bed on top of the carpet.
Did you ultimately collect it?
Did, yes.
When you collect an item of evidence, do you package it?
Later on, yes, sir, we do.
And an item of such size, would you put it in a box as opposed to a manila envelope?
It would either go inside a box or a large brown paper bag.
What sorts of information do you put on the container, whether it's an envelope or a box, to let you know what it is and what case it belongs to?
You put the date, you put the case number, you put the offense, you put your name, and you put a description of what the item is, either on the box, the tag, or on the bag.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to approach the witness with Jay.
You may.
There you go.
I believe I'm giving you the dimension with labeling information. Would you agree?
Yes,
In reviewing Jay for identification, do you recognize this item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
The bedding that the decedent was laying on.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move Jay for identification.
Any objection? That's number 5.
What are we looking at in image 27?
That's like an overall view of the decedent from above her looking down.
And realizing that you were not allowed to touch her, visually, could you observe any signs of her or her clothing being wet or the mattress padding that you collected?
It appeared to, her hair appeared to be wet, for sure, because it's kind of matted, and the bedding also appeared to be wet.
Did her body appear to be wet?
In some areas, yes.
Did her clothing appear to be wet?
Yes.
What are we looking at in image 28?
Just a close-up of her face.
29?
Close-up of the left profile of her face.
And in this image, was she wearing an earring in her left ear?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in image 30?
The injuries around her throat area.
31?
Just a little bit closer up view, and again, injuries on underneath her neck.
And in this image, was her hair so wet that it was laying flat on her skin?
Yes, it was laying flat on her skin.
Image 32?
It's just a overall view, just from a different angle of her laying there.
Image 36?
A closer up view of her face from in front.
Image 38?
A different angle of the injuries around her neck.
39?
A view of above her injuries on her neck.
40?
And to show the red stains on the white bedding and the view of her face next to it.
42,
Her right arm that appears to be in an upward angle with a blood stain on her wrist.
45,
Her legs with injuries to both her
46,
just a view above her legs of her knees injuries.
47,
A view of her left knee injury.
48,
Closer up view, I believe, of her still her left knee,
50,
and a view of her right knee.
52,
Injury on the outer part of her left knee.
53,
A bruise on her outer part of her left leg above her knee,
54,
and just a view of her hand against her leg.
57,
From a view from the top of her head down towards her chin area,
60,
and of the white bedding with her up on it and her left arm.
Do you recognize this yellow thing that appears to be underneath the bedding?
Yeah, it was like a yellow towel, I believe.
Did you ultimately collect that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What I'm showing you is what has been marked for identification purposes as AK. Recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
And did you label it in a fashion similar to the previous exhibit that we discussed?
Yes.
And what did you collect and place in?
That was under the bedding that was under the victim.
All right. Was that towel wet, dry, somewhere in between when you collected it?
I don't recall. I think it was a little damp. I'm not for sure.
State removed AK for identification.
No objection.
Without objection, number 6.
Image 61, what are we looking at?
A view of the white bedding she's laying on with a red stain on the side of it.
Image 62, what are we looking at?
That's a view of the top of the bed.
63,
Same, just a view of top of the bed from a different angle.
64,
And a view of top of the bed from the left side of the bed.
65,
And a view of top of the bed from the foot area.
66,
Just overall view of where the one of the closets was located.
67,
A view of the bunk bed.
68,
A desk that was underneath the bunk bed.
69,
And the corner where the southwest corner where the bathroom was located.
70,
And the interior of the second closet by the bunk bed.
and to the right in this image, is that towards the area of the bathroom?
Yes.
71,
Again, it shows a view of the bathroom along with a small, like, pantry closet.
now, turning to this closet, I believe that's a Swiffer dust mop, maybe some wet Swiffer stuff on the second shelf. In between there, just jumping ahead for a moment, did you return to this scene on April 24th of 2018, a month later?
I did, yes, a month later.
And do you recall whether or not any of the sheets rolled up in this image were not there on May 24th when you returned?
I don't recall. I don't believe all those sheets were there when I returned, no.
We'll come back to that when we
Okay.
get past this day. Again, is 72 another image of this closet with the Swiffer?
Yes, it is.
73,
Just the garbage can in the bottom of the closet.
and the computer and the phone that we saw on the banister, were they being plugged in or charged? And is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, they were hooked to a charger on the banister just right of the closet.
And this thing here is that package of sheets on the end of the banister. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, that is.
Jumping ahead to 74, answering my own questions. Does this show the sheets in the computer and the phone?
Yes, sir, it does.
75, the computer and the phone?
Correct.
76, the brand of the computer?
Yes.
All right, 77, what are we looking at?
Just a closer view of the entrance to the bathroom.
And again, did you see any blood or a wet water trail from the bathroom towards where the decedent was?
No, I don't recall any wet trail.
Particularly on the tile area in the bathroom?
No.
What are we looking at in 78?
View going into the bathroom.
79?
Again, a closer view going into the bathroom, looking towards the west.
And that brown rug in the background against the wall, is that how you found it when you first walked through the scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
So you all didn't do that to process anything in the bathtub?
No, we did not.
80, what are we looking at?
Just the upper view of the window and the wall of the bathroom.
81?
Just the vanity.
82?
Just a closer view of the vanity
83?
and a view of inside the sink.
What's the purpose of documenting the sink?
To see if there's what's in the sink, any kind of blood or any kind of stains or anything like that.
Did you observe anything like that?
I don't believe so, no.
84?
Just the toilet area with the stool and the rug pushed up towards the metal shelves.
85?
Again, just another view of the rug with the bathtub in view.
Again, was there any water on this tile floor?
No, I don't recall any water on the tile floor.
86?
View of the pushed up rug.
Again, that's as you found it when you first did your walkthrough?
It is, yes.
87?
The wall inside the shower.
88?
Overall, the bathtub.
89?
The north ledge of the bathtub.
And to your naked eye, are you seeing any suspected areas of blood?
Yeah, I suspect there's some red stains on the top north ledge of the tub.
And when you say north, is that the background side?
That's the side to the tile.
Okay. And so then the south is the side furthest?
Against the wall.
And is there any signs of blood possibly have being in the bathtub?
Yeah, there was looked like signs of diluted blood all the way around the bathtub, like where a water level was.
All right. And does there appear to be hair in the bathtub and in the drain?
Yeah, there was two sections of hair. There was one on top of the drain and one in almost the center of the tub.
Did you collect that hair?
We did.
May I approach?
May?
Showing you Z for identification. Do you recognize Z for identification?
Yes, sir.
And is this package labeled in a similar fashion as the two previous exhibits that we've discussed?
It is.
And so that involves labeling, correct?
Correct.
And then evidence tape?
Correct.
Sorry, what was that exhibit number? Thank you. Image 90, what are we looking at?
That's the red stains on top of the north edge of the bathtub.
91,
Just a closer view.
92,
The whole interior of the bathtub.
93,
The hair, the 2 clumps of hair in the bathtub.
which we just admitted in evidence.
Correct.
94,
The faucets, the drain plug, and the hair on the drain.
now, did this line of discoloration that I'm following with the arrow in image 94, did that go up to about where the drain off is for the tub? Like
Yes.
the water gets left running too long so it doesn't flood the house, it'll go down that drain?
Yes, sir. You could almost see where the discolorization is right there.
95,
Just the drain to the tub
96,
and a closer view of the hair.
97,
Again, just of the hair on the drain
98,
and a real close view of the hair on the drain.
99,
A close view of the hair that was in the tub itself.
100,
The south side of the tub with the red stain going across where like the water level was at.
101,
That is one of the corners, again, with the discolorization of the inside the tub.
102.
The side of the tub with the discolorization on there.
Is there any suspected blood on this tile in the center of this image?
Yes, sir. There's a few spots, as you can see on this image here.
103,
Again, a view inside the tub where this discolorization was.
104, same as 103.
Same, yeah. I just went around inside the tub.
105, just a different area of that as well.
That's correct.
106,
Again, just inside the tub with the discolorization.
same for 107.
Yes, sir.
108, what are we looking at here?
Just the nightstand and the area where the bed was at, the corner of the bed.
109,
The nightstand with the decedent's phone, and I think it was her watch that was on top of the nightstand.
were all of the phones found in the apartment that day collected by law enforcement?
Yes, sir, there were.
110,
Just a close-up view of top of the nightstand and the items on it.
111,
Close-up of the decedent's phone.
112,
Just a different angle of the items on the nightstand.
what are we looking at? And 112 zoomed up.
I believe that could be an earring. I'm not sure.
Only one of them on the nightstand?
Yes, sir.
113,
The top of her computer desk, her workstation area,
114,
just where the mouse pad and the mouse,
115,
the computer screen or monitor.
116,
Again, just a view of the computer monitor,
117,
the keypad,
118,
and just on top of the items on top of the desk.
119,
Again, I think it's a printer, but it's just items on top of the desk.
120,
A monitor,
121,
the digital air conditioning thermostat
What's the purpose of documenting that?
to show what the temperature inside the residence would be.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just so we'll know the coolness or how hot or, and it benefits the ME's office also.
122, what are we looking at that these numbered things, 1, 2, and 3. What are those?
That is our evidence markers, our placards.
And who placed them there?
I believe I placed these 3 here.
All right. What are we looking at in image 123?
That is a suspected red stain on the carpet.
Image 124, placard number 2.
That is a cordless telephone.
Image 3.
And another red stain on the suspect stain here on the carpet.
126, where are we now?
I believe we went to the garage.
And that's below this apartment we were just walking through?
Yes, sir, it is.
127?
It's just overall views of what's in the garage area.
Image 128?
Top of the coffee table with a computer, a cell phone, and a wallet.
129, just closer up?
Closer up view of the items, yes, sir.
130, was there any currency in that wallet?
There was.
Did you collect it?
I think, I'm pretty sure we did. I'm not certain, but I think we did collect the wallet.
Let me rephrase that. The collective view, did law enforcement collect it?
Yes, sir, but the wallet and money was collected.
Not necessarily by you. There was
Not necessarily by me, yes.
Were there detectives there assisting you in the search?
Oh, yes, sir, there were.
131?
Items inside the wallet.
132, who is that gentleman there with the blue gloves on?
That is the Orange County's medical examiner's investigator.
And what are we documenting in this image?
Just views of her backside.
Image 133?
Just views of the back of her head.
134?
Of her back area where they kind of lifted up her shirt.
135?
And the back of her legs.
136?
Injuries to the left side of her head or face that the ME has pulled her hair back so we could get that.
137?
That's the bedding that the decedent was laying on after she was removed by the medical examiner.
And that's what we previously have placed into evidence?
Yes, sir, it is.
139?
Where her head area was laying on the bedding.
One, 146, 151. Were those all images of those vehicles?
Yes, sir, it was.
153, what are we doing here?
It shows the bathtub again with scales on the south bathroom wall.
What are all those stickers on the tile in the back left of this picture?
That is area of suspected bloodstains.
154?
The same, it just shows the distance from the tub up, the distance from over to where the bloodstains went in each individual bloodstain.
Did you have another CSI assisting you at the scene who was taking swabs?
I did, yes.
Is that then Carrie Taylor?
Yes, sir, it is.
155, what are we looking at?
Just another view from further out from the tub.
156?
Close-up view of the top of the scales. That's the top suspected blood stain there.
I'm going to go through the next several images before I ask you a question. 157, 158, 159, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166. All those previous images, were those close-ups of either individual or collective stickers denoting suspected bloodstains?
Yes, sir.
Those were all on the tile walls in the broad photographs that were taken before the closer-up photographs?
Yes, sir.
167, are we back in the bathtub?
Yes, sir, we are.
168, is that another image in the bathtub of discoloration?
Yeah, just closer view of inside the bathtub, yes.
169, same.
Same, yes, sir.
170.
Same.
171, is that north edge of the bathtub you described earlier,
That's correct, it is.
closest to the tile?
No, next, yes, tile floor, yes, sir.
172,
Just the corner of the bathtub where it meets the tile wall.
173,
And the inside the front of the tub underneath the drain with the discoloration and the hair
174,
still inside the bathtub.
same for 175,
Yes, sir.
176.
Same.
177, what are we looking at here now?
Just another view of the bed.
And the brown blanket that was previously on that, who moved that?
I believe Detective Sprague and had moved it.
All right. And is that what we're talking about, being moved, 178?
Yes, it was just pulled over to one side.
179, was the decedent Shanti Cooper's driver's license located?
Yes.
Where was that located?
I'm not sure Detective Sprague had looked at it at.
180,
A scale showing the depth of the tub.
and that scale is in inches, not centimeters?
That is in inches, yes, sir.
So it's approximately 7 inches for the discoloration?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Image 181, a closer up?
Just a closer up view, yes.
182, is this the end of the bathtub nearest the faucet?
Trying to think of us. I do believe it is, yes.
It's a little deeper,
It's a little deeper, yes.
approximately 10.5 inches.
That is correct.
183, is that showing approximately 11 inches in that image?
Just a closer up view to show the inch mark, yes.
184, what are we looking at here?
That is the one of the corners of the bathtub.
What is the black stuff that is now on the bathtub?
That would be fingerprint powder.
And were you taking prints, or was the other CSI?
Kara's she processed the bathtub.
185, another image of the tub with the ruler.
Yes, sir, it is.
186, what have you done with the bedding in this image?
We've actually kind of rolled it up and fold it, place it in a bag to transport back to the lab.
And is that when you were able to discover the yellow towel that we've also entered into evidence?
Yes, sir.
And during all this processing, the darker areas of the rug there, not specifically discolored, but just darker, did you ever touch that to see if it was wet?
I don't recall, but it did appear to be wet, yes.
187?
Just a closer up view of the yellow towel with the red stain there on it.
188, closer still?
Yes, sir.
189, different image of the towel and the mattress padding?
Yes, sir, it is.
190, what are we looking at here, and what is all that blue stuff?
That is the bathtub with some of the south wall after it had been processed with a wet chemical.
And what wet chemical is that?
That is amido black.
And what does amido, can you spell that for Madam Court Reporter?
AMIDO, I believe it is, black.
All right. And what does that chemical do?
It enhances blood stains.
So if it turns blue, is that suspected blood stains presumptively?
Yeah, if a darker blue is more of the blood stain, yes.
The blackness on the foreground of the bathtub, again, is that the fingerprint powder we discussed earlier that CSI Taylor was using?
On the front edge of the tub here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, that is the black fingerprint powder.
191, closer image from 190.
Yeah, it just shows the inside of the bathtub where the amido black diluted area.
192.
Again, it just shows where the amido black adhered to the tub.
And this is the corner of the tub further away from the faucet,
Yes, I believe it is.
193?
Again, it's the south side of the tub with the stain enhanced.
194,
Again, at the south side, I believe that's the front corner next to the drain where the chemical enhanced that stain.
195,
The front of the tub, the drain and stuff with the where the chemical reacted to,
196,
and just the, what would that be, northeast corner of the tub.
197,
It just shows a view from the top where the stain down to the bottom.
I'm gonna go through 198, 199. Are those both photographs of the tub still?
Yes, they were.
What are we looking at here in image 200?
That was 3 bed slats that was underneath the mattress of the bed.
On this particular day, those items were not collected?
They were not.
What are we looking at in image 201?
Suspected blood stains on the ends of the 2 slats there.
And were these items, why weren't these items collected on this day?
I'm not sure. I mean, Detective Sprague didn't advise us to, but it may just been a overlook in my part, but we didn't collect them that day.
And on this day, do you know if those ends were swabbed so they could be tested with chemicals to tell if it's presumptively blood or not?
I didn't. I believe CSI Taylor may have swabbed them. I'm not for 100% sure about that.
202, is that just one of the ends of those slats?
It is just a closer view.
203, another one of those slats?
Yes, sir, it is.
And 204, the third of those slats?
Yes, sir.
Are we back in the garage in 205?
Yes, sir. We're back in the garage.
206, 207, 212, 213, and 215, all these in the garage?
Yes, sir, they are.
And we've seen several images of credit cards and/or debit cards, both belonging to Ms. Shanti Cooper and Mr. Tronnes. Were those all collected?
Yes, they were.
Is that what we're looking at in 216?
It is.
Cards. Going now through 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 224. Are these still all in the garage downstairs?
Yes, sir, they are.
225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230. Were those all in the downstairs garage apartment?
Yes, sir.
231, what are we looking at here?
That's the items that were on the landing at the middle of the stairwell going up to the apartment.
And so to the back and to the right of this, would that be where that chair was in the staircase?
Yes, yes,
In the window?
yes.
So this is the beginning of the second half going up to the actual landing of the second floor.
That's correct.
237, is this a Publix receipt?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that collected?
I believe so.
238, same.
Same thing.
Is the decedent's purse collected on this day?
I believe it was, yes.
May I approach the witness?
May? You say no? That will be 8 and 9. May?
What I'm showing you here is A, pay for identification in a space 6. I'm not sure medium is your size. I'll see if I can do better than that. Could you open this?
They seem to be having some problems. I'm not sure what this thing is that he's showing. It's the signal has been so inconsistent from the court. Well, we're waiting for that. Yes, my friend Gordon is in Ukraine. He's been there for 3 or 4 weeks now, I think. He was out walking one morning and some missiles hit nearby, freaked him out, blew up a Pepsi plant a few blocks away. He's kind of gotten a hang of it now, though. And I still haven't changed that thing. Okay, we're unwrapping the Christmas presents.
We're going to go ahead and take a recess. We'll take a 10 to 15 minutes if you'll follow the deputy out.
A 15-minute recess. So let's see.
We'll be in recess until 3:25. 3:25.
Well, that's more like a 10-minute recess. Okay, let's go back over to watch the rest of this news story that we were watching when lunch ended.
New shoes and a
Stops buffering.
baseball cap.
I thought there was two people originally, but then as I looked, he had my shirt on.
He then stole Lynn's car.
How scary is that? You're asleep and somebody's going through your home. It just makes you sick.
Kind of frightening.
Mike Richards is in central Utah elk hunting. This morning, his phone started alerting him that someone was at his back door. He couldn't believe it when he pulled up the video.
I'm thinking it's probably a good thing that I'm not at home with my gun. Otherwise, there might be an issue.
Draper police later found Lynn's car. Police say there were signs of mental illness and illicit drugs.
The fear is anytime anybody's breaking into people's houses, that's a dangerous, aggravating thing. You never know who's on the other side of that door, and you never know who's coming in and what that person's capable of.
Yeah, and that's why neighbors out here are going to be definitely locking up right now. Fortunately, nobody was hurt in this case. Lynn, right now, that man booked into the Salt Lake County Jail. He faces several charges of lewdness and theft. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, bizarre to say the least. Dan, thank you.
Okay, and yeah, that that was a curious story. They don't seem to be identifying him by name, probably because of the mental illness aspect, because I can't see any other reason why they would decline. Let's see. Let's switch back over to the courtroom and take a look and see if seems like that's, take a look. It's been raining like crazy here in Utah. Let's see. We don't get a lot of rain. We get 14 inches a year. And we've had 0.7 inches in the last 24 hours. So that's that's a pretty significant rainstorm for us. Let's see. The boy in the box trial finally got a verdict and found the father guilty of locking his son up. It's like Warlike Wrath has a video on height and contradictions about Dylan rounds in the truck seat. Let's see. Okay. Looks like we've got a police chase going on in Los Angeles, which isn't exactly news. Let's see. Let's take a look at some real-time camera that loads. Looks pretty dark. Okay. Let's go back to the other tab. I heard there were some drone strikes going on with drones from Iran. Seem to be having unresponsive tabs. Let's see about. Close a few tabs here. See if we should be just about done with the break. Let's see, we got story which says Gaza 1,400 dead as hospitals near collapse. Israel troops mass near Gaza border. Let's take a look over on Twitter. Oh, let's turn up the volume just in case they start up. The judge is not at her desk or her thing. So let's see. I'm going to check over on Twitter/X, the app formerly known as Twitter. Oh dear. Somebody did a really mean meme. I haven't seen anything about an incident. I can't remember where you said it was. Not. Oh, the judge is back to her dais. Okay. Well, drive safely to your errands.
Are you ready? Yes. Want me to get my witness?
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
We can bring the jury out.
Okay, the jury is coming back.
I know. I know. It's it's really hard to make these.
Guess we're still waiting on the jury.
And you may proceed.
Thank you. All right, we mentioned earlier that you returned out there a month later on May 24th of 2018. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes, sir.
And like you did on April 24th, did you document the scene with digital photography?
I did.
May I approach the witness?
May.
You recognize image 1 on this exhibit BN for identification?
Yes, sir, I do.
Same information as the last one, the date, case number, your name?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move BN for identification.
Any objection? That's number 10.
Permission to publish?
You may.
On image 1 on states 10?
The date, the agency, case number, and my name.
Image 2?
Again, the location of the residence.
Image 3?
A view going up the bottom section of the stairwell.
Image 5?
That's a view of the corner. I believe that would be the northeast corner of the living area.
And the difference between the April 24th photographs and this image shows that some of the carpet and carpet padding has been removed?
Yes, sir, it does.
Were you a part of that process?
No, I was not.
You weren't part of April 30th at all, correct?
No, sir, I was not.
Just because you weren't working that day?
Either I wasn't working or it was a different time what my shift was.
So that's how the Orlando Police Department operates. If the lead CSI isn't on shift, somebody else will continue to do the follow-up work with the detective?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Image 6?
View of the bed area and again of where a large piece of the carpet was cut.
7?
A view of the bed with the, I believe it's the mattress over in the corner.
Image 8?
A view of the bed with all the slats removed.
Image 9?
Again, just a view of that corner with the foam and the eggshell leaning up against the bunk bed.
10?
A view of where the eggshell mattress was leaning up against the bunk bed.
All right, I'm going to skip through and before the next question. 13, 16, 19, all images of the upstairs. A black box with other markings on it on top of that sheet. Those weren't there on April 24th?
No, sir.
Image 21, what we're looking at?
That is the closet that was next to the bathroom.
And the garbage can is now in the foreground out of the closet. Did you all do that?
No, sir, I did not.
Image 22.
The upper area of the closet.
This area here, we had mentioned it on the April 24th photographs. Were there sheets there on April 24th when you took images of this closet?
Yes, sir, there were.
Did you all collect them?
On April 24th, we did not.
Right. Image 38.
The bed area and the large area of carpet that was cut.
And this is looking towards the work area with 2 computer monitors, kind of with the bunk beds to the back and left of us?
That is correct, yes.
What are we looking at here in 39?
Suspected blood stains on the inner area of the bed frame.
I know from experience that the next one will be zoomed in, but we're zooming in. Was there any suspected or visible suspected bloodstains above the metal railing?
I don't believe so, no.
So what we're looking at here, where the hand in the image is that the suspected blood you were talking about?
It is, yes.
Image 40?
Yeah, where the carpet was,
41?
a view of the frame going towards the headboard.
42?
And that's the view of the other side of the frame at the footboard.
43? Closer up of 42?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Closer still in 44?
That is correct.
45, close up of the suspected stains?
It is, and I was wrong. There is one additional suspected blood stain above the railing right there.
Is that kind of where the flash is reflecting in the center?
Yes, it is.
46, another image?
It is, yes.
47, the one that's on the far right when looking towards the workstation?
Yes,
48, another perspective of the metal crossbeam?
correct.
49, is that towards the headboard?
That is towards the headboard, yes, sir.
50, close-up of one of the suspected stains?
Yes.
51, another close-up?
Of two of them there at the bottom and one above, yes.
52?
Some that's kind of close together.
Skip ahead, 53, 54, 55, all perspectives from that same bed frame?
Yes, sir.
56, is it now taken apart?
It is. That side of the frame had been taken apart and turned upward.
And in this image, can we see whether or not any of the blood stains actually kind of pooled up on the bottom of the bed frame?
Yeah, you can see a stain kind of here and here.
Is that where I'm putting the hand?
Yes, it is.
Another image of that in 57?
It is, yes.
58,
Just overall view of all of them.
59, again, close-ups?
Correct, yes, close up.
And I'll do several images, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, all close-ups?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this faint area kind of with the two holes, is that suspected blood stain?
It looks like, yeah, it's been like a diluted red stain.
What do you mean by diluted? What does that word mean?
Kind of either wiped it down or water got in it, just it diluted the blood from just pure blood just down to like a sample of it. I mean, it's
68?
just some cash that was recovered.
69?
Just a view of how much.
76?
A view of the bathtub.
77, 78, 79. All images of the bathtub?
Yes, so this is back at our office.
And have you all taken the metal part of the bed frame off of the wooden part?
Yes,
Another image of that?
it is.
82?
Of the metal disconnected from the wood.
All right, 83?
Close up. That's the metal framing with the blood stain and then the wood frame where the metal was attached.
So it appears there's blood behind where the metal frame was attached?
Yes,
84?
just another view of it
85?
and a close-up view.
86, 87, 88. All other images of it?
Yes, sir.
And then in 89, are we starting to do this to scale with a tape measure?
That is correct, yes.
Same for 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
All tape measure? Okay.
Yes.
96, 97, 98, 99. All images of this headboard and the metal railing with tape measure?
Yes, sir. The frame board. Yes, sir.
100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, all to scale with the metal part of it now?
That is correct.
106, looking at the end of it with the dowel things?
Yeah, that's where part of the bed came out. We had marked how the bed came apart, I believe it was.
Same for 107?
Yes, it's an overall view showing the two small scales there also.
And are those suspected blood areas as we zoom in 108
It is, yes.
and in 109?
Yes.
You part of the team searched the defendant's mother's residence on 28th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Again, did you document this process with digital photography?
I did.
May I approach the witness with BP for identification?
You may.
And you image 1 on this exhibit, is this one of your placards with the date, case number, and your name?
Yes, sir, it is.
That search.
Yes, sir, I do.
At this time, the state would move BP for identification.
Any objection? Number 11.
Permission to publish?
May?
All right. As we discussed on states 11, image 1 is your basically your cover sheet.
Yes, sir, it is.
Image 2. Fourteen. 15, 16, and a phone out there?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, starting with 76, what are we looking at?
Inside the defense bedroom. Overall view of the bedroom.
77,
Again, just a different angle, different view.
I'll go through a few. 78, 79, 80, all this is still the same room?
I believe so, yes.
81, 82, 83, 84, 85, all the same room?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it as?
Passport in the name of David Michael Tronnes.
And when you collected it, did you put it in that package,
Yes, sir, I did.
labeled and sealed in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
Yes, sir.
No FDLE tape on this one?
No, sir.
Substantially same condition?
It is.
Defense, any objection?
No, no, ma'am.
Number 12.
One 147, just another photograph of it.
Just close up, yes, sir.
151,
Suitcase, an open suitcase that was in the bedroom.
152,
Money inside of an eyeglass case.
160,
Just a closer view inside the suitcase, I believe.
161,
The wallet and watch inside of the suitcase.
162,
Looks like just a close, I believe it's a black ring box inside the suitcase.
163,
The ring box open with the ring inside the box.
and are those hands Detective Barbara McClelland or back then Barbara Sharp's?
Yes, sir.
She the one that found it,
Yes, sir.
but you documented it?
I documented it, correct.
164, is that her hand again?
It is.
What is in her hand?
The ring from inside that small ring box.
165,
Another view of it, just showing straight on top of the ring itself.
166,
Again, another view just with her holding the ring.
167,
I believe that's another jewelry box,
168,
just that contained, nothing was in it.
same for 169.
Same, yes, sir.
Let me go back. Did you take additional photographs back at Orlando Police Department on September 5th,
Yes, sir.
2018?
I did.
And that's placard, that's image 253?
Yes, sir.
All right. 254, is this the ring again to scale?
It is.
Same for 255,
It is, yes.
256,
The same ring.
257?
The side view and the other side view.
That's 258. 259, front view again?
Close up of the, the front view of it, yes.
260?
And I guess from the side that you put it on.
Yep. A top to bottom profile?
There you go.
Same for 261?
Same, yes.
262, again, the stones?
Again, the stones, yes.
Same for 263?
Yep.
Cross? Hold on just one moment, I'm sorry. I was a bit eager. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I'm going to start where we just left off because that makes the most sense.
Okay.
Since we were just there. So when you went to the residence, it appeared that that was where my client was residing at that time, correct? Personal belongings there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The passport that you collected, did you happen to take a look at the dates on it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So you don't know whether it was valid or expired?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When you located that wallet with the cash inside, did you count the cash?
If we collected it, it was definitely counted. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how much was there?
Not offhand, I do not know.
Did you happen to find any airline tickets or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
The ring, do you have any idea when that ring was purchased?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you have any idea who the ring belonged to?
I was told who it was belonged to, but I do not know who it belonged to.
Okay. Going back to your initial visit to the scene of Miss Cooper Tronnes' death on April 24th, you said you arrived there around 5:25, 5:30 that evening?
Yeah, somewhere in that area.
How long were you there?
Let me refer to my report. I'm not sure. I didn't include that in my report, but I know that we were there for several hours.
And then the search that we're talking about where you located the passport and the ring and the cash, that was about 4 months later?
Yes, ma'am. That was, I believe, in August.
Okay. You described how when you come on scene, you're kind of progressively taking pictures of the scene. And some of the first photographs that the prosecutor showed you were photographs that you had taken of points of entry at the, we'll call it the apartment. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You took some photographs of that, you said, to show that there was no signs of forced entry, correct?
That's correct.
So there was no splintering, no broken glass. What were some of the other things you described that you would have been looking for?
Yeah, like the pry mark or broken locks, anything like that. There was none, no.
Do you have any knowledge about whether those locks on those downstairs doors were actually locked or unlocked?
I do not, because I wasn't the first on arrival, no.
You indicated that there was a second door that you also took some photographs of. There was upstairs, correct?
Correct.
And that door led to an outside space, correct? You also took photographs, you said, to demonstrate that there was no signs of forced entry there.
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge about whether that door was locked or unlocked?
I believe in the photo, it shows the door was unlocked.
As part of your search on April 24th, that evening, did you also have any occasion to access the main part of the house?
No, I mean, we could access it, but there was nothing to access. It was totally gutted, the main part of the house.
Did you go in there?
No, we did not.
Your photographs describe the scene around Miss Shanti Cooper Tronnes' body. And When you were taking those initial pictures, what were you trying to capture when you're taking those photographs around where she was located?
Her position, how she was positioned or whatever, items around her, items of evidence, just general items where everything is located, actually.
Were you also looking for signs of a struggle?
Well, sure, the picture would show signs of a struggle.
Were you looking for blood or blood spatter?
During the overall photos, if we see blood or blood spatter, yes, but if it's like small areas or something, we may not see it during the initial photos.
Okay, fine. But while you're there, is that something that you are there to look for?
Yes,
And you, as part of your job, you were looking to document those things, not just in the initial photos, but as you went through the scene, correct?
that's correct, yes.
Now, in the photographs that the prosecutor and you went through, you took some photographs around the decedent's body there. If there would have been blood spatter in that area, you would have taken photographs of that?
Yes, I would have.
You or someone else on your team would have taken swabs of that?
Yes, we would have.
Okay. Some of the photographs that we looked at were photographs of, like, I'm going to call it an office area. Is that fair?
That's fair.
There was a desk and a couple of computers, correct?
Correct.
Work accoutrement like pens, pencils, Post-its. those
Yes,
kind of
ma'am.
things. There was also like a flat mouse pad there. Yes?
There was.
Okay. You took some photographs there. Did you locate any blood spatter or anything that appeared to be blood in that area?
No, ma'am. As I recall, we did not.
Approximately how far was that desk away from where the body lay?
Oh, man. At a guess, I would say 10 feet.
Did you take any photographs or locate anything that appeared to be blood spatter around the headboard of the bed?
No, we did not observe any kind of blood spatter on the headboard or around the bed.
What about on the wall?
No, ma'am.
Approximately how far was the headboard and the wall away from where the body lay?
Not much further. It was just at an angle. So maybe another foot and a half or something like that. I'm not sure.
Okay. Anything on the nightstand?
Not as recall, no.
Anything on the sofa?
I don't believe so.
Or approximately how far was the body from where the sofas were?
Well, the sofa was L-shaped with the furthest part being away. So I would say maybe 16, 17 feet at a guess, if I'm not wrong. It was a little ways away from her.
Approximately, do you have any way to approximate approximately what size the room was that you were working in?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Were you also, as part of you looking through this crime scene, were you also looking for possible weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
If you located any weapons, would those have been collected?
They would have been. Yes, ma'am.
Would you have collected any suspected weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you have also photographed those?
I would have, yes.
When you were looking at the crime scene, would you have also been looking for cleaning materials?
Yes. At certain times, if we'd seen if an area had been actually cleaned, yes, ma'am.
Would you have collected those?
We would have, yes.
Would you have photographed them?
I would have, yes.
Okay. In the area of the body, did you locate any cleaning supplies?
Not as I recall, no. No cleaning agents or anything like that.
No cleaning agents? You didn't find any sponges? No?
No.
No scrub brushes?
No, sir. No, ma'am. I mean, sorry.
It's okay. Nothing of the sort.
Nothing.
Did you find any weapons?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any weapons anywhere in the residence on April 24th?
No, ma'am.
Did you personally find any at any point in time?
No, ma'am.
Turning to the bathtub area. In the bathtub, we saw the blue markings from the Amido black, correct? That amido black, do you know how it works?
Yes, ma'am. It adheres to the amino acids in your blood is what I'm told.
Okay, so it adheres to amino acids, protein sources, correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't do anything to identify whose blood that is, does it?
No, ma'am.
Right? When you were taking those photographs of the bathtub, both before and after the amido black had been utilized, did it appear to you that any efforts had been made to clean up the blood from the tub or the suspected blood from the tub?
Not as what I could tell, no.
Did you collect any cleaning products from the bathroom?
No, ma'am.
Any sponges, scrub brushes, anything of the sort?
No, ma'am.
Was there any disturbance that you could visualize in the area where you saw that suspected blood residue around the edge of the tub?
You mean like from
Like
the-
where it had been wiped or scrubbed?
Oh, no, ma'am.
If there was, would you have specifically photographed that?
Yes, I would have.
There's been some discussion about whether or not the floor was wet. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
And I think your testimony was that you don't recall any like water path between the bathtub and where the body was, correct?
No, ma'am. Time I was there, I don't recall any of that.
All right. As part of your experience with the police department, does the police department normally utilize what's called a crime scene log?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's that for?
A crime scene log?
Yes.
It usually tells who is there when they get there and when they leave.
Okay. So at the point in time that you arrived, there were already officers present, correct?
That's correct.
Tell me who you can recall that was there at the crime scene when you first arrived on April 24th at around 5:25.
Just patrol officers were there around the perimeter, and I believe Detective Sprague was there when I arrived.
Were there any patrol officers in the residence?
They were, I believe, at the base where you couldn't go up into the residence, but I don't recall anybody in the residence itself, no.
The paramedics would have been there, correct?
They were gone when I got there.
There would have been other officers that would have been the initial responders that would have gone up and down those stairs and through that area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this area where the bathroom was, can you describe, like, when you go to the top of those stairs that we've seen the photographs of, the bathroom was to the left or to the right?
It was to the right of the top of the stairs.
And the body was to the left?
Yes, the body was to the left and upward.
Okay. So anyone who was looking at those two areas would have had to have walked through that space there, correct?
Yeah, 1 to 2 spaces, either around to the left of the couch or the right of the couch.
What do you wear when you're doing your crime scene work?
Latex gloves and booties on our feet.
Okay. What are those booties made of?
I don't know what the material is they're made of, to tell you the truth.
Is it like a paper or some type of,
It's some type of cloth, I believe it is.
and are those booties collected and preserved?
No, once we're done, we throw them away.
How many people were working with you on that crime scene that night as part of your crime scene unit?
CSI Taylor.
We saw some other people photographed in your pictures, specifically the medical examiner investigator, correct?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many people were there from the medical examiner's office?
Just the the investigator himself when he first got there, and then once he is done with his preliminary investigation, there is a transport company that comes and picks up the decedent.
And how many people were there for the transport?
Just 2.
Were any other detectives assisting Detective Sprague?
I'm not sure about that night, but I know that at some point Detective Sharp come into the picture. But I can't recall if she was there that night.
You had indicated at some point in time during your direct examination that you were doing things that Detective Sprague asked you to do, correct?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think what I remember is you said something like, I would have done that if she asked me to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
So she was there with you when you're walking around and making these observations?
She was there somewhere. She wasn't right beside me when I'm doing that, but she is definitely on the scene somewhere.
What was she wearing when she was walking through the scene?
They also wear the booties, and most of the time they wear the latex gloves also.
In the bathtub, you had the photographs where you had marked with individual markers some suspected blood, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you indicated that crime scene investigator Taylor was taking swabs of those different areas.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you observe her doing that?
I did.
Okay. At that point in time, it was suspected blood, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have any idea whether it was blood or not, right?
No, ma'am, not till some kind of test is done on it.
And you certainly wouldn't have known whose it was, correct?
No, ma'am.
During that first search, did you see other towels in the residence other than the yellow towel that was collected?
I don't recall any towels unless there was one in the bathroom I missed, but I don't recall any towels.
Okay. Did you collect any other towels?
No, ma'am.
I think in the photographs we could see a shower curtain. Do you recall there being a shower curtain there?
No, I don't recall the shower curtain either, but
Do you know if one was collected?
no, shower curtain wasn't collected. No, ma'am.
We saw that there were some sheets collected. I think you described that. What sheets were collected during that first search warrant?
Sheets were collected. The first, you mean the initial night?
The April 24th.
April 24th? Let me just refer to my report, please. I don't show where we collected any sheets the first night.
Okay, so no sheets collected?
Not as I remember, no.
Okay, did you collect any sheets at any point in time?
I believe on the, let me just check for sure, but I believe when we went back on the 24th, I did collect that new set of sheets,
When you went back on which day?
May 24th.
May 24th.
During
Okay, thank you.
during the search warrant.
All right. So a month later, you collected the package of new sheets that we saw on the banister ledge.
Yes, I did.
The slats were not collected during that first search warrant on April 24th, correct?
No, ma'am, the 3 was not collected.
All right. You photographed them.
I did.
What was the reason they weren't collected?
Again, I'm not sure why that wasn't collected. It may have been an oversight on my part, but for some reason they was not collected on the April 24th.
Where did you find them?
I'm not sure who actually recovered the slats, but I believe they were recovered under the bed, not frame part. I believe they had fell on the floor under the bed.
Did you have an opportunity to observe them there on the first night?
Yes, I did.
You took a picture.
I did.
Did you notice any blood pooling there under the edge of the bed at all?
No, I don't believe there's no pooling under the edge of the bed. No,
If there was, you would have photographed it.
I would have. Yes.
You would have had someone collect some swabs, maybe.
Right.
When you went back and did that search warrant on May 24th, a month later, we saw the photographs where there was some carpet missing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And who took that carpet, do you know?
Yes, I believe it was CSI Monroe.
There was some that was at the top of where that mattress, or I think we're calling it bedding, the bedding or mattress
Correct.
padding was. Some at the top,
Correct.
some at the bottom,
Yes.
but there was no carpet collected or removed under the edge of that frame board of the bed, correct?
No, I believe where they collected carpet was where I initially marked stain number 1 and stain number 3 the first night.
Turning to that bed frame, all of those photographs that we looked at,
Yes, ma'am.
those are all from one frame rail?
Yes, ma'am, from it would be from the right frame rail as you're laying on the bed.
Okay. So the ones on the right, closest to the,
Closest
for
to the
body.
desk and closest to her, yes.
Okay, so all of those photographs are of the same frame rail, basically the same photograph, the same.
Just different areas on the bed rail, yes.
Okay. Nothing in your training allows you to make a determination about the time frame that that blood was deposited, correct?
No, ma'am, it doesn't.
Um, You did your initial search on April 24th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
You were there a couple of hours, several hours?
Several hours, yes, ma'am.
That crime scene was released back to the owner of the home, correct? That was that.
I don't know, that was a decision Detective Sprague had to make. I have no idea if it was released or held, no.
At the time that you went back, May 24th, were you aware of whether Mr. Tronnes had been able to move back into the residence?
Yes, I know back when I went on that search warrant, it had been released before then, yes.
Okay. When you were doing that initial search, and I know I'm jumping back and forth, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Train of thought. When you were there initially on May 24th and you did that first overview of the apartment, did you locate items of male clothing upstairs in that residence?
I didn't look really in the closets themselves, but there was no clothing laying out and about, but the closets were full of clothing.
Did you take photographs of the closets?
Just like an overall, nothing close up.
Right. So when you're, when you're spanning the room and documenting how the residence appeared, you took photographs of whatever happened to be in those closets if the doors were open.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. One moment. Of the searches that you were personally involved in, we have the first one on April 24th, 2018, that evening, correct?
The first, that was an initial scene was the first ones. Yes, and then I was involved in 2 more search warrants.
Okay. When was the next one?
The next one was a month later, which would have been May, what was it, May 24th? Yes. And then the third one would have been the one that was in on August the 29th.
Did you become aware of another search that had taken place at 218 East Copeland, other than those 2 that you were involved with?
Yes, ma'am. I knew another search had happened just a few days later, just a few days after I was there on the initial scene. Yes.
And when was that?
I believe it was April the 30th.
So a total of 3 at 218 East Copeland?
No, a total of 2. We had an initial scene and 2 search warrants.
But searches?
Oh, search as well. Okay, yes. Total of 3.
Total of 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Over the course of a month?
Yes.
All right. And then April or August, the A months, I get confused. Fast forward to August 24th, 2018.
Or what? Yes.
You go to the search at the mother's residence, Mr. Tronnes' mother's residence.
That's correct.
Find the passport and the ring.
Yes.
Were you also, as a crime scene investigator, would you be looking for potential blood evidence there?
Yes, we would have. The detectives did most of the search at that scene.
Okay. Did you locate any items that had suspected blood on it?
No, ma'am.
Notice any suspected blood on the ring?
Not as I recall. No.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
You had a conversation with opposing counsel about blood spatter.
Yes.
Have you ever been to a scene where a firearm or a gunshot wound had been suffered by the decedent?
Yes.
Have you ever been to scenes where somebody has been stabbed multiple times?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term cast off blood.
I am.
And are you familiar with the term high velocity impact?
I am.
So comparatively speaking, between the speed of a projectile fired from a firearm compared to a punch from a human being, is it fair to say that a bullet or a projectile from a firearm is a much higher?
I'm going
Much
to
higher.
object as to foundation.
That the door was open.
Overruled.
So you found no weapons at this scene?
No, sir, I didn't. Not.
And based on your observations, I know you probably didn't go to the autopsy. Did you see any suspected gunshot wounds on Miss Shanti Cooper?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. So based on your experience of going to thousands of crime scenes and about 30 homicide scenes at that point in time, do you expect blood spatter with low velocity impacts such as blunt force from a human being?
I don't believe so, no.
All right. So you found no firearms on the scene?
No.
She did not appear to suffer any stab wounds or incisions. The bathtub, when you used the blood, the agent that binds to the amino acids in the blood, what was that chemical called again?
Medo black.
That bathtub, from what we could see in the image, from the edge of the tub all the way to the top of the image on the tiles and the walls, luminescent blue, correct?
Right.
And prior to that, only the areas where you put stickers on the wall did you have suspected blood stains, correct? To you, blood that was that. If Shanti Tronnes had been killed the evening before, you discussed cleanup time frames with opposing counsel. Is the day enough time to clean up and dispose of cleaning items prior to your arrival at 5:30 in the afternoon and the initial response at 4 in the afternoon?
Objection, lacks foundation. Speculation.
Sustain.
No other questions.
Officer Crosby, Investigator Crosby, would you anticipate seeing cast off blood or high velocity spatter if a weapon was used, possibly?
If a weapon was used, yes.
Thank you.
Say anything further from this witness? And any objection to him being excused? Thank you. You may step down. You are excused.
Ma'am.
State, next witness.
Stacey Monroe.
Solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Please state your first and last name.
Stacey Monroe.
scene on April 30th, 2018?
I did.
And this is in the capacity of being a CSI or a crime scene investigator?
Yes,
I assume you did not go alone?
I did not.
Who did you go with?
I met with Detective Sprague and Detective McClelland.
And was Detective Sprague the lead and Detective McClelland the second on this homicide investigation?
Yes,
Now, this wasn't your case. You didn't respond out to it on the date of the incident, April 24th, correct?
correct.
Why is it that you get involved on the 30th of April as opposed to Gary Crosby?
I was requested to respond to that address by Detective Sprague for a search warrant.
And that's how it goes.
Yes,
Voluntold.
yes,
Okay. When you get out there, do you document the scene as you find it?
yes, I do.
And then if you lay any placards or anything of that sort of thing or scales, do you then document that as well?
Yes, I do.
And then do you collect and then either process there sometimes or process those items that are collected later at the Orlando Police Department?
That's correct.
May I approach the witness with BL for identification?
May.
Showing you image 175 on that exhibit BL for identification. Do you recognize this image?
I do.
And what is that?
It is the gray card that states the date, the Orlando Police Department, the case number, and my name.
And are these the photographs that you would have taken on April, or some of the photographs that you took on April 30th, 2018?
Yes.
This time the state would move BL for identification.
Any objection? 13.
Permission to publish?
May.
Starting with image 1, what are we looking at?
That is the residence at 218 East Copeland.
Image 2?
Up close of the address.
3?
This is coming up the driveway towards the back of the residence.
4?
Again, going up that driveway.
5?
Now we're looking at the back building of the residence, the garage and the loft.
And is this area that I'm pointing to with the pointer on the right side of the image, is that image 6? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Image 7?
That would be the entrances to that's going
What are we looking at?
that's going to be the entrance to the garage and then the upstairs apartment.
Garage in the foreground, upstairs apartment in the background?
Correct.
Where are we now in image? And what were the contents of that envelope?
It was $200 in cash, a receipt, and a driver's license and credit card for the defendant.
Approach with AC for identification.
Okay.
Recognize AC for identification.
I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
It's going to be 10 $20 bills in a well.
$69.
A little further up the stairwell.
$70.
The top of the stairs.
$71.
And we're just looking the opposite way, back down the stairwell.
This item here in the top left corner on the banister by the wall, what is that? If you know.
I don't.
What are we looking at here in 72?
It's an overall, or a portion of an overall of the main room.
At this point in time, the carpet appears to be intact.
Correct?
Can I cut some of the lights, Your Honor? Some of these photos are dark.
Yes.
Thank you. What are we looking at in 73?
Same room, just moving over a little bit to see more of it.
74?
Same thing, just again moving across the room.
75?
It's going to be the closet.
And this is April 30th?
Yes.
And in image 75, just above the Swiffer mop, appears to be rolled up sheets on that middle shelf there.
Yes.
83, what are we looking at?
Now we're heading into the bathroom.
84,
An overall of the bathroom.
85,
Additional views of the bathroom.
86,
The bathroom vanity.
87,
The inside of the shower.
88,
The tub.
89,
Additional views of the inside of the shower and tub.
90.
The same additional views.
I'll go through a few of these before question. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. Are all of these of the bathtub or the shower curtain in there?
Yes.
What are we looking at in 95?
This is going to be a area of suspected blood that I marked with a scale.
96, what are we looking at here?
This is back in the main room. It's going to be 2 air green carpet that I marked with placards of suspected blood.
97,
A closer view of those areas.
98,
Individual view of area number 1
99,
and an individual view of area number 2.
100,
Closer of area number 2.
item number Image 101.
This was after I had cut up the top green layer of area number 1, exposing the padding underneath.
102.
Closer view of the padding with what looks like suspected blood.
107.
Same process for area 2. The green carpet has been cut up, exposing the padding.
108.
The padding, which shows potential areas of suspected blood.
Zooming in slightly, is it fair to say that there's an area to the left and to the right of suspected areas of blood?
Yes.
.109, what are we looking at here?
Both areas have been completely cut up, carpet and pad, down to the underflooring.
You collected and packaged those items?
I did.
You approach with E and F for identification?
May?
Showing you E for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is going to be one piece of cut green carpet with pad containing suspected blood from the upstairs loft, marker number 2.
And did you label it and seal it in a fashion similar to what we previously described?
Yes, I did.
At both ends?
Yes.
This item didn't go to the FDLE?
No,
F for identification, do you recognize this item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one piece of cut green carpet with pad containing suspected blood from the upstairs loft, marker number 1.
Did you package, label, and seal it in the same manner as the previous exhibits?
I did.
All right, this time the state would move E for identification and F for identification.
Any objection? That's number 15 and number 16.
.109, is this with those items removed and the placards removed?
Yes.
110, what are we looking at here?
This is the portions of the bed and then the nightstand next to the bed.
What is on the nightstand here in this image zoomed up on 110?
A silver colored stud earring with a clear stone.
111,
Same earring.
112. I always zoom in before doing this. 112,
Close-up view of that same earring.
123,
This is the same nightstand with the top drawer open.
124,
In that same top drawer, that's going to be a silver colored ring.
I approach with AN and AO, Your Honor.
You may.
When you AN for identification, do you recognize this item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one silver colored ring with clear stones that I collected from the top drawer of the nightstand to the left of the bed along the east wall in the upstairs loft.
As depicted in this image?
Yes.
Is that red box to the right, did you collect that day?
I don't believe so.
AO for identification, do you recognize AO for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one silver colored earring with clear stone that I collected from the top of the nightstand.
In the previous images we just discussed?
Yes.
And did you package and label these items in a similar fashion as the previous items?
I did.
Are they in substantially the same condition as when you last saw them?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, state your name.
Any objection? Number 17 and number 18.
Page 135, what are we looking at?
This is the entertainment stand in that same loft.
Is that US currency that we see in there?
It is
How much?
$20.
Did you collect that?
I did.
I approach with AD right in.
You may.
What was the second letter? D is in Delta. Recognize AD right in?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
One $20 bill that I collected from the entertainment center.
That one in this image?
Yes.
Package and seal it in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
Yes,
Substantially same condition as when you last saw it?
it is.
D.
Any objection?
$136.
An image of that currency with all of the papers on top removed.
$146.
The same.
$147.
This is the back wall of the shower.
$148.
A closer view.
And are you familiar with any chemicals that would presumptively show something to be blood if it turns blue?
Yes,
What chemical or chemicals would do that?
it's called a Meadow Black.
And do you recognize that as what you're observing in these photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in 149?
An area that reacted to that chemical.
And does it bear any resemblance to anything based on your experience of processing scenes over the course of 16 years, you said?
Yes,
What does it bear resemblance to?
it does appear to be a hand.
Where on the shower wall is this marker?
If you're looking into the shower with the tub being at the base, the shower walls here, and then the shower wall you're facing, it's on this back wall.
How high up?
It was fairly high. I can't give you an exact height.
Is that what we're looking at in image 147?
Yes,
So the top large tile that appears to be, I don't know, 15 or 18 inches? Doing the math quickly.
that's a safe guess, yes.
On to 150, is that another image of that suspected handprint?
Yes, closer view.
Did that have sufficient ridge detail to be able to lift any prints from it?
Not that I remember, no.
What are we looking at in 151?
This is the bath mat.
And did you collect that item?
I did.
May?
I do. This is one brown rug with 2 suspected blood spots that I collected from the bathroom floor.
Did you package it, label it, and seal it in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
I did.
Is it substantially the same condition as the last one?
It is.
Statement with G for identification and evidence?
Any objection? Did you say no? Number 20?
Approach with AH.
May?
Recognize AH for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one Wells Fargo receipt as well as one Florida driver's license belonging to David Michael Tronnes.
Where is that collected from?
It's also a Wells Fargo credit card, and it was collected from the Wells Fargo bank envelope from the garage bathroom.
On April 30th?
Yes,
Did you package and label it and seal it in a similar fashion as described before?
I did.
Is it substantially the same condition?
It is.
Statement with AH for identification and evidence?
Any objection? Without objection, 21.
Approach with AP.
May?
When you AP for identification, you recognize this item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one Bank of America MasterCard belonging to Shanty Cooper.
Several images back, is that what we were talking about?
Yes,
Did you package it, label it, and seal it in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
I did.
And is it in substantially the same condition as we last saw?
It is.
Statement with AP for identification and evidence?
No objection.
Without objection, 22.
The brown rug from the bathroom.
Did they ultimately prove to be blood, at least presumptively with the test you did? May the witness stand down to publish 23?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury first how you make a relationship? What is it that you're looking? How are these things done? You say potentially. Is it necessary that every time a human touches the surface? Does it depend on the surface? And in what ways does the surface matter? In what ways does it matter who the person is?
May?
While they're doing that, I'm going to ask you about AV for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
So this is another ear on the glass door into the loft.
And does it have the similar information you described before as to where it was collected from and by whom and on what date and time?
It does.
Asking you about AW now. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is a third latent lift car. This one is from the exterior on the glass door into the loft.
And did you collect those last two in a similar fashion as you collected the first one as you described?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move AV and AW into evidence.
Any objection? Number 24 and number 25. You may.
Do you recognize D for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
These are 3 wooden slats with suspected blood that I collected from the bed frame in the upstairs loft.
You did this on April 30th.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move D for identification evidence.
Without objection, number 26. May? We're at a little bit of awkward time. We'd like to keep going because we have a witness that needs to be somewhere else tomorrow morning, but that might keep us, instead of stopping at 5, more like closer to 6. I want to check with everyone to see where they're at on that today. Will you raise your hand if that's starting to panic you a little bit? Anyone? State, you may proceed.
May I approach with BM for identification?
You may.
When you image 1 on BM for identification.
Oh, gosh.
You recognize these images on BM?
I do.
All right, at this time, the statement will be BM for identification.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
27.
Permission to publish?
May?
On May 10th, did you process any of the items that you had collected on April 30th at Orlando Police Department?
I photographed them, yes.
Publishing states 27, image 1. What are we looking at here?
These were the items that I collected from the envelope in the vanity from the garage bathroom. So it's a receipt, driver's license, and credit card.
One of the exhibits we just entered.
Correct?
Image 2,
The backside of both of the cards.
image 3,
The envelope that everything was within.
image 4,
The backside of the same envelope.
image 5,
The $200 in cash that was inside of the envelope.
image 6,
The same one.
the back of them,
Oh, it's the back of them, yes.
7,
That's going to be the $20 bill and the Bank of America card from the upstairs loft and the entertainment center.
previously entered into evidence.
Correct.
Back of those in image 8,
Yes.
image 9, what are we looking at?
My placard that has the date, the case number, and my information.
On April 19th, 2019, did you have the opportunity to go to Polk County, Florida, specifically Lakeland?
I did.
Who did you go with?
Detective Sprague?
And did you document this process with digital photography?
I did.
May I approach with BU for identification?
You may.
Starting with the last image, 156. Do you recognize this image?
I do.
What is it? What are we looking at in image 53?
This is the address that I responded to.
What's 63?
This is once we went down the elevators to the floor below us, and this is going to be the path of travel I took.
64, more of that path.
Yes, sir.
65, same.
Same.
66, more of the same.
Yes, sir.
67, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a set of lockers.
68,
Same set of lockers, some with locks, some without. Gold.
those contents.
I did.
May I approach with A?
You may.
Showing you A for identification. Do you recognize A?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one white fitted sheet collected from Prison Break Investigations in Lakeland, Florida.
On that date,
Yes.
at this time,
Yes.
you packaged it,
Yes.
labeled it,
Yes.
sealed it
Yes.
in similar fashions as we described with previous exhibits.
Yes.
Other than any FDLE tape that might be on it, is it substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
It is.
Your Honor, it's time to stick with A for identification.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
29?
May I approach with B?
May?
B for identification. Do you recognize B for identification? Boy, sorry. What do you recognize it as?
This is one white top sheet and it's packaging with the custody sheet collected from Prison Break Investigations in Lakeland, Florida.
On April 19th, 2019?
Yes.
From that locker?
Yes.
Packaged, labeled, and sealed in a similar fashion as we've described with previous exhibits?
Yes.
Other than any FDLE tape that may be on it or may not be on it, is in a substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, state the B for identification.
Any, without objection, number 30?
May I approach with K for identification?
You may.
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This box contains 1 white top sheet, 2 white standard pillowcases, 1 white pillow cover, 1 white pillow sham, 1 pair of black socks that were collected from prison break investigations in Lakeland, Florida, with its original packaging and custody sheet.
Did you say something was wet or white?
White.
And did you package it, label it, and seal it in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
I did.
Other than any FDLE tape that is not on that, is that in substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move K for identification and evidence.
Any objection? Number 31.
Image 74.
This is going to be one of the bags with the attached chain of custody sheet from prison break investigations.
75.
The bag that shows the private investigator Billy Lane's initials, date, time,
76.
an overall view of the building that I responded to.
77.
This is an additional overall view of one of the bags containing all of the case information as well as the prison break investigations chain of custody sheet.
78.
A close-up of the chain of custody sheet.
79.
All of the information that was written on the bag.
80.
Closer view of that information.
81.
I believe the back side of that same bag.
82.
Close-up of the seal on that bag.
83.
Closer view yet of the same seal.
84.
An additional set of initials and the seal as well.
85.
Same bag, same seal.
86.
Appears to be the second bag with the prison break investigations chain of custody sheet.
87.
Close-up of just the chain of custody sheet for that bag.
88.
The information written on that particular bag.
89.
Back side of that bag.
90.
The seal on the bag with all of the information from Billy Lane.
91.
A different view.
92.
Same bag, different view.
93.
Opposite side of the bag, same bag.
94.
It's going to be the contents of one of the bags.
95.
Overall view of the contents of the bag.
Now, are you doing this where?
This is back in my lab.
96.
Another view of the white item.
Madam Clerk, can we cut the lights again? Thank you. 97.
This is the item spread out onto paper, and then we were
109.
up close view of stain number 7.
110.
Up close view of stain number 8.
111.
Overall view of multiple labeled stains.
112.
Close up of stain number 9.
113.
Close up of stain number 10.
114.
Close up of stain number 11.
115.
Close up of stain number 12.
116.
Close up of stain number 13.
117.
Overall of multiple applied scales.
118.
Another image including multiple labeled areas with scales.
119.
More areas labeled with scales.
120.
Close up view of stain number 14.
121,
Close-up view of stain number 15.
122,
Close-up view of stain number 16.
123,
Close-up view of stain number 17.
124,
Close-up view of stain number 18.
125,
Close-up of stain number 19.
126,
Close-up of stain number 20.
127,
Close-up of stain number 21.
128,
Close-up of stain number 22.
129,
Close-up of stain number 23.
130,
Close-up of stain number 24.
131,
Overall image with multiple applied scales.
132,
Close-up of stain number 25.
133,
Close-up of stain number 26.
134,
Close-up of stain number 27.
135,
Overall image again with multiple scales.
136,
It's going to be close-up of stain number 28.
137,
Close-up of stain number 29.
138,
Overall with multiple applied scales.
139,
Close-up of stain number 30.
140,
Close-up of stain number 31.
141,
Close-up of stain number 32.
142,
And a close-up of stain number 33.
143.
This is the second bag and its contents.
What are the contents?
This had a top sheet, a fitted sheet, 2 pillowcases, a pillow sham, a pillow cover, a pair of black socks.
144,
Overall image of the contents of the bag.
145,
Additional overall images of the contents of the bag.
146,
One of the pillowcases,
147,
the black socks.
148,
That's going to be top sheet number 2.
149,
The fitted sheet.
150,
This is pieces or a piece of a leaf,
151,
an overall of a piece of a leaf,
152,
closer view of that leaf,
153,
an overall view of the fitted sheet,
154,
an overall view of the pillow cover,
155,
same pillow cover on the opposite side.
and then 156.
That is my gray card containing the date, the case information, and my name.
May?
B as in boy, W as in Will. Do you recognize the images on this item?
I do.
What do you recognize them as?
These are going to be the contents of bag number 2.
At this time, the state would move BW for identification and evidence.
Any objection? Number 32.
Permission to publish.
Okay.
Starting with the last image, 38, what are we looking at?
My gray card with the date, case number, and my information.
And where were you doing these photographs?
This will be at my lab.
Image 1,
Pillowcase,
image 2,
backside of same pillowcase.
3,
Pillowcase with applied scales to stained areas.
4,
Close up of stain number 1.
5,
Close up of stain number 2.
6,
Close up of stain number 3.
7,
A second pillowcase,
8,
opposite side of that pillowcase.
9,
Pillowcase with a scale applied.
10,
This is an up close of stain number 1 on pillowcase number 2.
11,
The back side of that pillowcase.
12,
Up close view of stain number 2
on pillowcase number 2,
on pillowcase number 2.
13,
Close up of stain number 3 on pillowcase number 2.
14,
This is the pillow cover,
15,
back side of the pillow cover,
16,
overall view with applied scales to stained areas.
17,
Stain number 1 on the pillow cover. Stain number 1.
18,
Stain number 2 on the pillow cover.
19,
Stain number 3 on the pillow cover.
20,
Stain number 5 on the pillow cover.
21,
Stain number 4 on the pillow cover.
22,
The pillow sham.
23,
The back side of the pillow sham.
24,
The overall of the pillow sham with applied scales to stained areas.
25,
Pillow sham stain number 1.
26,
Pillow sham stain number 2.
27,
Pillow sham stain number 3.
28,
This is the back side of the pillow sham with applied scales to stained areas.
29,
It's the pillow sham stain number 4.
30,
The pillow sham stain number 5.
31,
And the pillow sham stain number 6.
32,
The pillow sham stain number 7.
33,
This is going to be top sheet number 2.
34,
An overall view of multiple applied scales.
35,
This is top sheet number 2, stain 1.
36,
Top sheet number 2, stain 2.
37,
Top sheet number 2, stain 3.
and 38 is where we started.
You may.
You recognize these images?
I do.
What do you recognize them as?
These are going to be additional images of the contents of one of the bags.
At this time, the state would move BX for identification into evidence.
Any objection? No. Number 33.
Move to publish.
May?
Image 32, what are we looking at?
My gray card with the date, case number, and my information.
And this is at the Orlando Police Department's evidence section.
It's in my lab, yes.
Image number 1,
This is the fitted sheet.
image 2,
This is the fitted sheet spread out an up close view of stain number 1,
Image 3,
an overall of multiple applied scales,
4,
a close up of fitted sheet stain 2,
5,
close up of fitted sheet stain 3,
6,
a close up of fitted sheet stain 4,
7,
close up of fitted sheet stain 5,
8,
overall of multiple applied scales,
9,
fitted sheet stain 6,
10,
fitted sheet stain 7,
11,
fitted sheet stain 8,
12,
fitted sheet stain 9,
13,
closer view of the fitted sheet stain 9,
14,
the fitted sheet stain 10,
15,
closer view of stain 10,
16,
overall view of multiple applied scales,
17,
close up of fitted sheet stain 11,
18,
close up of fitted sheet stain 12,
19,
applied scales,
20,
close up of fitted sheet stain 13,
22,
it's going to be a close up of fitted sheet stain 15,
we skipped 21. Is that 14?
it is,
Image 23,
close up of 2 applied scales to stained areas,
24,
close up of fitted sheet stain 16,
image 25,
overall of multiple applied scales,
6,
closer view of stain 18, I believe,
27,
closer view yet of stain 18,
28,
overall of multiple applied scales,
29,
going to be a closer view of stain number 19,
30,
closer yet of the same stain,
31.
overall view of stained area.
No more questions of this witness.
Thank you. Ross?
Can I have some lights? I want to be able to see Investigator Monroe. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, going back to April 30th of 2018, you went to the scene at 218 East Copeland, correct?
Correct.
I think you testified that you went with Detective Sprague.
Detective Sprague and Detective McClelland.
Was anybody else there?
No.
Do you recall whether there were any dogs present?
I do not believe there were.
And what was the primary purpose that you were going there?
I was asked to respond for a search warrant.
Okay. And to your knowledge, had the scene already been processed previously?
It had been processed, yes.
And a number of the items that have been admitted into evidence today were items that you collected on April 30th, correct?
Yes.
So about 6 days after the initial processing. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
You collected a number of items that were left behind after that first scene process, correct? Shower curtain, yes?
Don't believe I collected the shower curtain.
Okay, but you took some photographs that may not have been initially taken, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Bath mat?
I collected a bath mat.
What about a white towel?
I did collect a white towel.
I thought we saw a white towel there hanging in some of the photographs you took. Some sheets, some pillowcases were also collected by you.
Not from the initial scene, no ma'am.
Right, but you collected those. That collected those items that weren't initially collected during the first processing of the scene. You collected those, correct? I'm not asking you about what date.
Just in general collection of sheets. Yes, I did collect sheets.
Okay. On April 30th, you did some other things at the scene also, didn't you? You took some photographs of the main residence.
I did, yes ma'am.
Okay. What was the purpose of taking the photographs in the main residence?
That was at the request of Detective Sprague, just for documentation purposes.
Do you recall there being construction items there?
It was very much under construction, yes.
All right. Do you recall ladders?
I would have to refer to my photos, but
I'm just asking if you recall.
I don't recall ladders.
Also on that day, did you do something with regard to a washing machine?
I did, yes.
What did you do with regard to the washing machine?
I did overall photographs, and then I also swabbed the basin of the washing machine.
And what was the reason that you were doing that?
So that was in conjunction with Detective Sprague. We decided to swab the basin and test it for suspected blood, which was negative.
Now, turning to the sheets, looks like you spent quite a bit of time processing the sheets, looking for areas where there might have been stains on the sheets.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it uncommon for there to be stains on bed sheets and pillowcases?
No.
Okay. There might even be completely innocent reasons that there might be stains on sheets and pillowcases, correct?
Correct.
Scratching your face in the middle of the night, yes?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. Stains from pets,
Yes.
stains from children or spilling food, yes?
Yes.
Menstrual blood,
Yes.
okay. So there would be any number of reasons why there might be stains on sheets, yes?
Yes, ma'am, there could be.
Do you have any knowledge that these sheets, any personal knowledge that these sheets were actually used on the bed that was on scene at 218 East Copeland?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you have any idea of the time frame that these sheets would have been used on the bed?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you have any personal information about when or if these sheets were washed?
I do not.
The only thing that you know is that there was no blood present in the washing machine that you processed, correct?
Correct.
Turning to the nightstand that we saw the photographs of, that was directly next to the bed.
Yes, ma'am.
Who opened up the drawer?
I believe one of the detectives, but I can't recall which one.
Okay. And who directed what photographs you were going to take and what was collected from that drawer?
So when evidence is located, it is common to do an overall mid-range and close-up of the item, and then it is collected.
But who made those decisions?
Ultimately, it is the detectives, and we work in conjunction with them.
Okay. Turning to the ring, do you recall who directed you to photograph and collect the ring?
No, ma'am, I do not.
All right. There were some ring boxes that were located in that drawer. Were those collected?
I did not collect those, no, ma'am.
All right. So there were items that were left behind in the drawer that weren't collected or processed, correct?
Correct.
Do you personally know whether that drawer was completely empty?
I do not.
All right. Did you empty or go through any other drawers?
No.
When you went back to the scene on April 30th of 2018, had the scene already been turned back over to the owner of the property?
I don't have knowledge of that.
And the last question that I have for you revolves around the leaf that was located in the sheets. Do you know where that came from?
I don't.
Do you know if it was turned over to anyone for processing or identification?
The leaf itself?
The leaf
No.
itself. Did you package it or process it in any way?
I did not process it. It was packaged and placed into our property and evidence.
I have no other questions.
Okay, any redirect?
No follow-up. She may be excused.
Any objection, defense? Defense, any objection to the witness being excused?
We would like for her to remain subject to her statement, please.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Just know that you're still under subpoena.
Excused for the day.
Of course, absolutely. Just stay in touch so that if they need you back, they can reach you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Lewis Kane.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Will you please state your first and last name for the court reporter?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Lewis Kane, C-A-I-N.
And where are you currently employed?
Right now, currently with TSA as a TSO.
And how long have you been in that job?
I started processing in March, but I started August 14th.
At some point prior to working as a TSA agent, did you work as a CSI?
Yes, sir.
What agency did you work for a CSI for?
Orlando Police Department.
And if you could just give the jury a brief idea of what you had to do to hold that position.
I was a crime scene investigator for 20 years.
What I'm saying, what sort of training you had in order to?
Oh, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. I went through photography training, then 3 phases of training with a field training officer, which consisted of a month. So approximately 3-4 months, including the photography. And then once you reach that capacity, you are on your own and you're a certified crime scene investigator. And then you take the necessary steps, practical tests, as well as written tests to get promoted from crime scene investigator 1 to crime scene investigator 2, and then crime scene investigator 3.
Were you working in your capacity as a CSI for the Orlando Police Department back in April of 2018?
Yes, sir.
And did you have occasion to respond to Orlando Police Headquarters on April 24th of 2018 around 17:15 hours?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, were you tasked with taking photographs of a suspect by the name of David Tronnes?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review those photographs before testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel identification as states BK. Commissioner, approach the clerk.
Right.
Permission to approach the witness.
Right.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states BK. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
They're my initials in today's date, the CD with the photographs on it.
Okay. And is this the photos of David Tronnes that you took?
Yes, sir.
They a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification purposes as states BK.
Any objection?
None.
Read number 34.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah, if you could dim the lights, that would be great. All right, can you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
That's my camera case and our grade card that we use to depict the date and the agency case number, and you can see my name down at the bottom as the photographer.
Going to photograph 2 in this exhibit. What are we looking at here?
That's the interview room number 6 at Orlando Police Headquarters up in CID.
And what are we looking at in photograph 3 of this exhibit?
That's the defendant I photographed.
Is this just a closer view of the defendant you photographed?
Yes, sir.
Five, is this also just a closer view of his face?
Yes, sir.
6, what are we looking at here?
Those are what we call profile photographs, where we show both sides of the person that we're photographing.
7, what are we looking at in this photo?
That would be the opposite view.
What are we looking at in 8?
The defendant's hands that I photographed.
What are we looking at in 9?
The palms of the hands.
And then 10, what are we looking at?
We're looking at the defendant in the clothing that he had on when I photographed him from the waist down.
And then what are you trying to depict in this photo?
In that particular photograph, that would be what appeared to be blood on his pajama pants.
And is this just a closer view of that suspected blood?
Yes, sir.
And is this the suspected blood with measuring?
Yes, sir. We use a scale to depict the area that we're photographing for a one-to-one comparison to see how big it is.
Just another angle.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in this photo?
That would be the back of the defendant. I photograph a full frontal view and then a full back view.
How about this photo? This appears to be the right hand.
Yes, sir.
Is this a closer view of that right hand that appears to depict some sort of scrape on the pinky finger?
Yes, sir. That would be the right little finger and the knuckle area.
Just another view of that scrape on the right little finger.
Yes, sir, but with the scale.
Oh, we can turn the lights. So. In addition to taking the photographs we just looked at of the defendant, did you also take what's called a buccal or a buccal swab?
Yes, sir.
And can you just explain to the jury what that is, how you do that?
It's a procedure that we do for obtaining a standard for DNA analysis. We take a sterile swab and it's got a cotton tip and we insert it inside the mouth and what we're looking for are the cells from the cheeks. It's not the saliva, it's the cheek cells that they use to obtain the DNA analysis. So we just insert it in the mouth and, vigorously rub it in the cheeks, both sides. And that's what our DNA standard is.
And did you do that related to the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
In addition to taking the buccal swab, did you also take fingernail clippings and hand swabs of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states T. Commissioner, approach the witness.
May?
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification purposes as states T, U, and B. Can you just take a look at these exhibits? Let me know once you've had a chance to look at them. And are those the buccal swabs, fingernail clippings, and hand swabs that you yourself took from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And did you package them and mark the packaging?
Yes, sir. With my initials and the date at the time that they were packaged.
And are they in a substantially similar condition to when you packaged them up?
Substantially, they've gone to the lab since I packaged them. That's the FDLE markings and stickers on the back.
At this time, the state offers in the evidence what's been previously marked for identification as
Any objection? None. That's 35, 36, and 37.
in addition to those items, were clothing items collected from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And was that a tank top and those pajama pants that we saw him wearing in those photos?
I collected red tank top, the gray Stafford pajamas, pajama pants, and he had on a pair of sneakers and pair of socks.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states L and states M. Thank you. Mr. Approach.
You may.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states L and M. Do you recognize these exhibits? Actually, take a look at them.
Yes, sir.
Is that the tank top and pajama pants that you took into evidence?
Yes, sir.
And did you package those yourself?
Yes, sir.
And other than potentially being sent off, the same substantially similar to when you packaged it up?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification as states L and states M.
Any objection? 38, 39.
So after collecting the evidence at Orlando Police Headquarters and taking the evidence from the defendant, were you tasked with the next day going to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
And when you went to the medical examiner's office, did you ultimately make contact with the body of the decedent, Shanti Cooper Tronnes?
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself roll standard fingerprints?
Yes, sir. Major case prints.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states BB. Commissioner approach.
May?
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states BB.
They're the major case prints, including the palms, all digits of the 10 fingers.
And these are the major case prints that you rolled yourself from the decedent?
Yes, sir.
And this took place at the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification as states BB.
Any objection? Number 40.
In addition to rolling yourself the major case prints, did you collect other items from the medical examiner?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect an earring?
I collected, yes, maybe 2 pair of earrings, but I know at least an earring.
Did you collect the decedent's shorts and shirt?
I collected her clothing that she had on.
Did you collect anal, hand, and neck swabs from the decedent?
I collected all of the swabs that were conducted during the autopsy that they took. Yes.
Did that also include vaginal and oral swabs?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect a DNA card of the decedent?
Yes, sir.
And did you collect some pulled hair and fingernail clippings from the decedent?
Yes, sir.
When you say a DNA card, can you just explain to the jury what that is?
At the time of the autopsy, they take a blood sample and drop it on a cardboard card, and that's the standard for the deceased. And then they put it in a manila envelope once it dries, and then we go and pick up the clothing that the deceased had on, as well as any swabs that were conducted or anything in addition at the time of the autopsy, and transport it back to Orlando Police Headquarters.
record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states N, O, and P. Mr. First, the witness.
May?
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states N, states O, and states P. You just take a look at that whenever you have a chance. Have you had a chance to look at those?
Yes, sir.
Are those items that you packaged from the medical examiner?
Yes.
And did this substantially similar to when you packaged them?
Yes, sir, they are.
At this time, the state offers states N, states O, and states P into evidence.
Any objection? 41, 42, 43.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the opposing counsel states Q, R, and S for identification. Mr. Roach.
May?
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states Q, R, and S. If you could just let me know what you have. Can you do that? Did you have a chance to look at those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself package those?
Yes.
And are they substantially in a similar condition to when you packaged them?
Yes.
This time, this is swabs from hands, swabs from neck, and DNA card from Shanti Cooper.
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers as evidence what's been marked for identification as states Q, states R, and states S.
Any objection? 44, 45, 46.
Finally, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states X, states AI, and states AJ. Mr. Roach.
May?
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states X, states AI, and states AJ. You can just take a look at these and let me know once you've had an opportunity to do that. Are those items you package, including pulled hair and fingernail clippings, vaginal swabs, and oral swabs?
Yes, sir.
And are they in a substantially similar condition when you package them?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been marked for identification as states X, states AJ, and states AI.
Any objection? 47, 48, 49.
No further questions. Thank you.
Defense, cross?
Good evening.
You were called down to the station to take photographs and at the direction of Detective Montford,
Yes, sir.
and you arrived at the police station around 5:15 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Tronnes under arrest as far as you're aware?
I'm not aware of that.
He was there voluntarily, wasn't he?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Are you aware if there was a warrant or anything of that kind?
I'm not privy to that knowledge. I was assigned to take photographs, and those are issues that, as a civilian, I'm not involved in, sir.
Okay, did you observe an attorney present with Mr. Tronnes?
Not at the time that I was photographing him, sir. No.
You collected all of his clothing.
Yes, sir.
You saw photographs of them.
Yes, sir.
You collected some pants.
Yes, sir.
You describe them as pajama pants.
Yes, sir.
You see the picture of them. They look like jogging pants, casual wear, don't they?
Is that a question, sir?
Yes.
No, they appear to be pajama pants.
The material on those pants to you resembles something that somebody would wear as sleeping wear?
The brand name Stafford is a pajama men's.
So
Stafford, yes, sir.
As far as you're concerned, Stafford doesn't make anything but pajamas.
I'm not saying that. I'm answering your question, sir. It appeared to be pajama pants to me. That's the way I described them.
And you don't walk around in this day and age and see people wearing clothes like that out and about at exercising or at the grocery store or such?
Objection, relevance, calls for speculation.
Sustain?
You did collect the clothes.
Yes, sir.
You swabbed his mouth.
Yes, sir.
This was all voluntary, wasn't it? Did he cooperate?
Yes, sir.
You clipped his nails
Yes, sir.
without issue?
Yes, sir.
Did you photograph them before his nails were clipped?
Yes, sir.
All right. You swabbed both hands, correct?
Yes, sir.
You photographed his hands.
Yes, sir.
You noted a small scratch on the knuckle of a little finger.
Yes, sir.
Didn't it appear to you as if the scratch was in the healing mode?
Objection, calls for speculation, foundation.
Sustain?
Did you observe the scratch up close?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear fresh?
Describe fresh, sir.
Actively bleeding?
No, sir. Not at the time.
Swelling of any kind?
No, sir.
In fact, did you observe any bruising or swelling at all on Mr. Tronnes' hands?
No, sir.
One moment. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Will the attorneys approach?
Unwrap good vibes with Brazilian-inspired beauty from Rio de Janeiro.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and be in recess. We're going to be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow. Again, I want to remind you not to talk with anyone about the case. Don't let anyone say anything to you. Don't let anyone say anything to you in your presence. If they try to, tell them that you're on the jury trying the case, ask them to stop. If he or she persists, leave them at once, report the matter to the court deputy. And again, you may not speak with anyone about anyone, even each other, about this case until you've heard all the evidence, the argument by the lawyers, and the instructions on the law given by myself. In addition, I remind you that you're not to do any research of any kind, and that includes any kind of watching news, looking at newspapers. So just be very cautious about making sure to avoid any live TV and or any kind of newspapers. Make sure if you're, it didn't sound like it on jury selection, but if you're an Orlando Sentinel junkie or anything such as that, make sure that you have a partner cut it out for you before you read the paper so you don't inadvertently hit something. And with that, state anything further?
Nothing from the state.
Defense, anything further? Then we'll be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow, and you can follow the deputy out. May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yeah, sure.
Any objection, defense? And sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Attorneys, will you approach one more time before we recess? Will you approach again? I'm sure you probably realize this, but the camera's right ahead, right behind you guys. Yes, yes. I've been watching it once I found out, and there isn't anything that was exactly, but
Okay, well, we're having a little sidebar here. Just as soon as the judge indicates they're done, then we will sign off for the day. And I'll try to make sure that do everything we can to not have any repeats of StreamYard issues. Of course, that's not necessarily a problem on my end. It could be their end. I don't know. Okay, they've cut the feed from Law and Crime. So that concludes day one of David Tronnes' trial for the murder of his wife. And, I'm not overly sold that he done it, but there certainly are some things that need to be explained. The fact that she was found in a state of rigor mortis with her arm extended, and it wasn't in contact with the bathtub or anything where she was found, really makes it look like she was moved there after rigor mortis had set in, and so that means that it's a staged crime scene. And who else is going to have the opportunity to get in the house without him knowing about it? So, yeah, it doesn't look good for him, but there might be an explanation. We'll see what else we have when we get into the forensic evidence being analyzed and so forth. So I will bid you good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.